I know.
Really?
Milestones.
Fancy, come on.
She better slow it
Dragon
down.
Ball circle, right? But
She better slow it down. That's all I'm saying.
All my friends' kids are a little older, like the youngest is a year and a half, so it's kind of like a little bit of a gap.
We just keep her covered because,
Oh, I know.
I'm just saying.
just keep her social distance.
Bring my life up.
Your big day tomorrow, huh? Your speech ready to go? No? Oh, you can write it to me? Oh, I used to write mine like 2 weeks in advance. But you've been doing this so long.
Don't play me.
No, you can wing it. He wings it. You can wing it.
I'm gonna really have to fake it. Listen, I got one line.
Well, that's a start though.
You can ever do is the best you can.
That's a start though.
Yeah, I don't know.
You know, when it's some type of graduation, they don't want to hear us talking. I don't want to say the kids talk. Keep it short. You keep it short. 2 minutes, keep it moving.
That's what it is. That's what it is for them.
You're gonna be all right.
I don't know.
Do you have your, on your list, there? Do you have all your names on your list? Oh, 'cause I'll get the list from Adela tomorrow, because when I do my minutes.
Like we can call the meeting to order. Everything's good? Okay, we're going to start.
Get it close. They can't hear you.
We're going to start with our roll call. So I will start with the board members that are present, and then we'll move to those that are on Zoom. So Trustee Fairchild. I'm doing roll call. Trustee Fairchild.
Here, my mic was still.
Oh, yeah. and
Sorry.
we had to turn all of them on. Trustee Muirhead.
Here.
Trustee Watanabe.
Here.
Of course, I'm in attendance. And then I believe we have, is Bonnie joining us on Zoom? She is? Bonnie? Trustee Lieberman?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay, and also Trustee Ratterman. Is Andy with us? He is. Trustee Ratterman, this is roll call?
Good, I figured out how to unmute. Here.
Okay. Okay, great. So we just did a roll call, and so now we're going to move on to the introduction of the interpreter.
Trustee Canova, could students, trustee Suresh.
Oh, of course. Yes, sorry. If I make mistakes, please point them out. And then Trustee Ryan is not in attendance yet, but I believe she's attending. She's coming. Okay, so now we'll move on to the introduction of the interpreter.
Muy buenas noches, mi nombre es Katherine Hertel, mi compañera Angélica Benítez y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes de español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva del Distrito Escolar Unificado de Santa Clara. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal de español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice Interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En este menú también puedes seleccionar la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Muchas gracias.
Right. I'll ask trustee Watanabe to lead us in the pledge.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay, next up is a district mission, vision, and land acknowledgement. And trustee Muirhead said she'd be kind enough to read that.
Sure, thank you. The mission of Santa Clara Unified School District is to provide equitable, emerging, and innovative educational experiences so that each student thrives in a global society. The vision of graduates of Santa Clara Unified School District are resilient, future-ready, lifelong learners who think critically, solve problems collaboratively, and are prepared to thrive in a global society. Santa Clara Unified School District acknowledges that our schools are on the traditional lands of the Tamian Nation, the original American Indian tribe of Santa Clara Valley. We pay respect and thanks to their people, both past and present.
Okay, thank you. Review and acceptance of agenda items. Do we have a motion for that?
Move to approve the agenda.
Second, Fairchild.
All in favor?
Oh, you have to.
Oh, it's roll call. Roll call. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe
Yeah, and I say yes.
and trustee Ratterman
Yes,
and trustee Lieberman.
Yes.
Okay, that passes. So,
And student trustee.
oh, and our student trustee. Thank you. Okay, wait, so we have yeses across the board. Oh, well, I have many recent board presidents here, so I'll be guided as I go. I'll get better by the end of the meeting. So, so that brings us, are we going to do recognitions before closed session? Is that our plan here? We have recognitions for 15 minutes. So we're going to start with B1, the 2025-2026 Student Senate Report and Recognition.
Test. Okay. Good evening, Board of Trustees, Superintendent, and Ms. Burrell. I'm happy to return at this board meeting with several recognitions tonight. I arguably have one of the best board meeting roles. We're going to start this evening with our student senators from this school year. They're going to be sharing with you before we do their formal recognition, their work for the year. So rather than me tell you what they've been doing, or they're going to come in and tell you all about the work they've been doing to engage students tonight. Our student senate will give the report, and then we will invite the board down then from the dais to take photos. We'll have you stay down here as we go through our next two recognitions as well. The work this year of the Student Senate, they specifically engaged student leaders from middle schools and high schools across the district in Dr. Wright's 100-day plan as he entered to share the student perspective. That raised the voices of 60 student leaders across our district in his planning. They also worked to understand student experience across the district, specifically to inform the district's systems of support and MTSS work and the planning that is underway for that. And so they'll share with you what they learned from that process as well. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and turn it over to our student senators to take over the report. Mr. Ayala, is the slides going to come up on the screen, or should we? Is it more helpful if we do the next two recognitions and give you another 10 minutes? Thank you. Okay.
Good evening, board, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. Thank you so much for having us here to talk about our end of the year report. Okay. So yeah, I am the trustee for this year. My name is Natalie. I'm from Santa Clara High School. Hi, I'm Dina, and I'm the student senator from Wilcox High School. I'm Giovanna, and I'm the student senator from McDonald. Unfortunately, Eve, Farmondeep, and Elias will not be here with us today, but yeah. So just to explain the kind of organization and setup of what our group is we're made up of the superintendent student council, which is made up of the 5 middle schools and 6 high schools within our district. Within each middle school, they send 5 representatives, and within each high school, they send 5 representatives to attend the student council a couple of times every year. And the student senate is made up of the representatives from each high school, in which they are elected from the 5 groups, and it must be student elected strictly because of law. And then from the student senate, we also elect one student board or student trustee, which is Natalie. So this would be the annual timeline that we have been doing this for the upcoming student senators. So by May 15th, the sites must submit names for who will be on student senate next year. And then by May 31st, student senate convenes and elects the student trustee. So I believe this upcoming week, like they're all submitting their votes on who will be the student trustee for next year. And then by August 31st, the student senator reports to the board of trustee begins. So these are the new student senators for next year. So we have Lily Pacini from New Valley High School, Eileen Alvarios from McDonald High School, Natalie Suresh. So Natalie's right here. She'll be serving next year again as a student senator. And then Shrika Gopasetti from Wilcox High School. And then right now, Mission Early College High School is deciding who will be their student senator. And then Wilson High School will be determining who will be their student senator later in the fall. So yeah, a little recap of what we've been working on for the past year. So yeah, I this year I was fortunate to be elected as student trustee, and I enjoyed having the opportunity to attend these board meetings and getting to know what the district was really like behind the scenes. It gave me a lot of insight about what funding looks like, and especially this year we had talked a lot about our right sizing. So it was good to hear the different opinions from the board rather than just hearing from the teachers and student side. So I think that was really helpful. And I was also able to attend different various events, including the AEC conference in December in Sacramento. And that also gave me insight as to what other schools across the state were looking like, and yeah, and how different student senates impact the district across the state rather than just from Santa Clara. And through this position, I was able to speak for the student voice around different schools and vote on several topics. And yeah, it was a really great experience. This year, as student senators, we're given the opportunity to come here to the boardroom and present about what was going on each at our prospective schools. And this was a really great opportunity for us not only to speak directly to the board members, but also to speak out to the community. And it was good for us to just kind of be able to share what is going on at our schools and really also shine what is so special about each of our prospective schools. At the Superintendent Student Council, we got to meet with the 5 representatives from all the high schools and middle schools, which was a really special opportunity for us because not only did we get to kind of build off of what us as the Student Senate were talking about, but we got to have like direct impact or ideas from the Student Council. And especially because we got to meet with them, we had gotten more ideas of as far as what we wanted to focus on for the Student Senate's agenda. And so ultimately we had, as the other student senators have said, worked a lot on things like mental health or like making things across all the high schools and middle schools more equal, and making sure that all the opportunities across like all those schools were more similar so that students can enjoy the same thing even if they didn't go to a different school. Yeah, these are just more pictures. I'm adding on to what Giovanna was saying. These focus groups really helped us get like an understanding of like different perspectives from all schools. We were targeting like middle schools and high schools across like Santa Clara Unified. And with this information, we were able to write a superintendent report directly to the superintendent. And I think that was also helpful for him to get a better understanding, like a report of what the students felt like, because we were also trying to target like students that were not only from leadership. Rather, we were just like looking for like the whole entire student perspective. I think that was one of our main goals we were focusing on this year. And yeah, these focus groups really helped with that. Yeah, so there are 2 topics that we mainly focused on throughout this year. So for the first semester, we really focused on Dr. Wright's 100-day plan input, and that included mental health recommendations as well as district and school-wide communication. As Giovanna was saying, we wanted all the schools to have like an overall like the same like curriculum, and so it would just be more fair, is what we thought. And second semester, we focused on systems of support and student experience. We wanted to focus on the idea of destigmatizing wellness centers, standardizing course and sports offerings, and begin college preparation and financial aid guidance earlier. These topics were mainly brought up through those focus groups, and those were of concern to these people, these students, and we wanted to address that. Thank you so much for listening. You guys have any questions?
Any questions from the board?
I just want to thank you for all that you've done this year. It's been really helpful, and it's been great to hear the reports, and thank you then for this wrap-up presentation tonight. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'd just like to add that it's so impressive that that you want to be involved at this level and that you have such a voice. I mean, there's a lot of adults who have problems coming up to that mic and being able to speak. And it's just so impressive that all year you've been gathering input and of a very important constituent in our district, our students, so that they have a voice and that we know what they're thinking. We've gotten some great ideas from our students, and I really applaud the 3 of you and the rest of the team for all the work that you've done this year.
And I just wanted to say too, and I know the board agrees with it, but your opinions mean a great deal to us, because when we go through this process, you know, we get input from administration. Sometimes we'll get input from employees in the district, but student input is huge. It's just a big deal for us, and it's just, we highly value it and we appreciate it.
So at this time, we're going to have the board come down, but before you do that, I wanted to just share that this group it's always bittersweet, because a lot of the students that participate in Student Senate are departing seniors. And so we will have Natalie, which is really exciting to have her come and return with us during her senior year next year. We did have a transition meeting. So we started that last year as a way to allow this year's Student Senate, or the current Student Senate, to provide some experience and mentorship opportunity to the next years. And so we met Tuesday evening with the next group, and I can tell you that they're highly engaged as well, and they're going to be a phenomenal group. These young women here and their peers shared some really great reflections from the year and advice to start well next year. And they are really looking forward to, I think, already lifting kind of the theme and carrying what this year's Student Senate started in terms of wanting to go deeper in student engagement. So the foundation's been laid, but wanting to reach more students who are not necessarily in leadership across the district. And that is some work you'll see next year coming from next year's Student Senate as they work to engage more students across the district. So I wanted to also express my thanks and appreciation to all of you and all of the things that are in front of the two of you that will be moving on. And we're really excited to have you back, Natalie, next year. Okay, and at this time, you can come down to the floor and we're going to present certificates and take a group photo together. Yes. Have you stand? All right, so first up we have from McDonald High School, Student Senator Giovanna Bierman. Congratulations. And then we have from Santa Clara High School, Student Senator and Student Trustee Natalie Suresh. Congratulations. There we go. And then from Wilcox High School, Student Senator Dina Shen. Congratulations. And then we also have from New Valley High School, Eve Watts, Mission High School, Elias Rivera, and Wilson High School, Formandeep Alaka, who are not able to be here tonight, but we'll make sure that they get their certificates and they get presented at their schools. We're going to take a group photo now. We're going to stay down because we have our next recognitions coming tonight. So I'll continue. Okay, next up on our agenda, we are very pleased. We have several athletes and teams that are in CCS competitions right now. And so we are looking forward to having some additional recognitions at your next upcoming meetings, but we are excited tonight to have the first of the season. And so we're recognizing our Wilcox High School CCS wrestlers, Kimura Teo and Izzy Juarez, who are here with us tonight. Come on up. We'll have you stand here just for a moment. So these two standout seniors from Wilcox High School's wrestling program are celebrating highly successful careers this school year. We have first Kimura Teo. She's a 4-year varsity captain and 4-time CIF state qualifier. Kimura has committed to Quincy University, which is an NCAA Division II. She's decorated high school career includes 4 CCS medals, culminating in a CCS championship this year and leading Wilcox to 4 consecutive Santa Clara Valley Athletic League titles. All right. Okay, so we have this for Kimura. We're going to go ahead and have you come up here. All right. And then next up, we have Izzy Juarez. Izzy is a 4-year varsity wrestler. She is a 3-time All-CCS honoree, and she just finished her senior year season as a CCS champion herself. She is currently being recruited by several top California junior college programs, and we're looking forward to hearing what's next for Izzy. Congratulations. I forgot the second page. I'm so sorry. I want to also recognize that Principal Brandon Wall is here tonight, and I also want to invite up any coaches that are present in the audience. We have head coach Kendall Yee and assistant coaches Mark Nguyen and Ted Pettigrew. So if you are here, we want to recognize you too. Thank you for everything that you do to help our athletes be successful in our programs, and we want to have you here to celebrate as well. Oh, we just have one left. All right. And last but certainly not least, really excited to come back and share that our Mission Early College High School campus has earned a back-to-back recognition from the California Department of Education for being an exemplary dual enrollment school. So I would like to invite up who our two administrators that are with us tonight, Principal Viola Smith and Vice Principal Vanessa Knight. And baby Daisy. Oh, there, go can go down. And we have also baby Daisy, yeah? And so I'd like to read before we hand out the certificates. I just want to share a little bit about this accomplishment. And thank you, Principal Smith, for sharing with us the background here. So the California Exemplary Dual Enrollment Award is a statewide recognition program. It's administered by the California Department of Education, and it honors high schools with outstanding dual enrollment programs. The award recognizes schools that provide equitable, high-quality opportunities that help students accelerate their education, explore careers, and prepare for college success. Schools selected for the honor are recognized for creating strong partnerships with schools and colleges, and for expanding access to higher education opportunities for historically underrepresented student groups. To receive the award, schools must submit a detailed application demonstrating excellence in several key areas, and these include strong partnerships with colleges and universities, equity and access for all students, alignment with district and college educational goals, opportunities for students to earn dual credit award toward graduation, clear academic and career pathways, and student support systems and counseling services, and positive student outcome data and program effectiveness. Applicants must provide evidence showing that their dual enrollment program is sustainable, collaborative, and producing meaningful results for their students. Schools selected for the California Exemplary Dual Enrollment Award hold the title for 2 years, which MEX first received in 2024, and now again in 2026. So it's something that they receive for 2 years and it will continue. So they have to continue to show the exemplary program. Recognition by the state signifies that the school is considered a model program in California, and it serves as an example of best practices in college and career readiness. Awardees are often highlighted by the California Department of Education so that other schools can learn from their experience and replicate the successful practices. MEX administrators and Superintendent Wright recently attended the awards ceremony in Southern California, and we congratulate both the administration and your entire school staff and your community for this incredible two-time achievement. Would you like to say anything? You don't have to. I'm inviting Principal Smith to say something, but she was kind of put on the spot, so I want to.
I was definitely put on the spot, not kinda. But I just really want to say thank you for the support that we have received. It has been my dream, my goal to create the type of school I would have wanted to go to. Going over to the Mission Middle College many years ago, 10 years ago, and partnering with the then coordinator of Middle College and working together as a team to envision and create what has now become Mission Early College High School has been my joy in my career. And so, and it wouldn't have been possible because many of you were on the board back then when we submitted to become an independent diploma-bearing high school. So thank you for your support of our program. It is an incredible opportunity for students and what it provides for them. And I, as Dr. Wright knows, I long for the day when every student in Santa Clara Unified will have this kind of opportunity. So thank you, guys.
Can you share what you brought with you from the award ceremony?
Oh, and so what I have brought is this year's award from the CDE, which was given to MEX, and also a duplicate to Mission College because it is a partnership. And it says, I don't have my glasses on. It says, the California Department of Education, thank you, Mission Early College High School, Mission College 2026, California Exemplary Dual Enrollment High School, signed by State Superintendent Tony Thurman. And our Exemplary Dual Enrollment banner that we will display alongside our other one over at Mission College.
I just want to say thank you again and congratulations to the administration and to your staff. And this is your certificate and we would love for you to come and take a photo with us. Congratulations. Do you have any other staff here? Anyone willing to come take a photo from the staff? Okay. Thank you for giving us some extra time tonight. That does conclude our recognitions. Congratulations to all the awardees. Thank you for joining us. I have a cell phone at the podium. A cell phone with flowers on the back? Okay, okay.
Recognitions are always the best part of our meetings. So next up is our organizational items. Before we ask for public comment on closed session items, I have to read to you the guidelines regarding that. And I believe these are the guidelines, yes?
Yeah.
Right here?
Looks good.
Okay, looks good. Okay, so these are the guidelines and policy for public comment at our board meetings. This is based on our board policy 1313 on civility, which states the following. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of his or her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain, to the extent possible and reasonable, a safe, harassment-free workplace for our students and staff in the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community. Santa Clara Unified School District encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. This district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor, and that is a policy. Do we have anyone who wants to speak to the consent session items? I don't see any slips. So I don't think we have anyone. Do we have anyone on the Zoom that wants to speak to the closed session? We do not. So with that, then we will now go into closed session.
have to read them all out.
Oh, that's true. I have to read all the items out. Okay. Okay, I'll read them out. I can read. I got my readers. I can read. Okay, in closed session, the board will discuss item number 1, consideration of the recommendation of the administrative hearing panel student 052-826A.1. Item 2, public employee discipline dismissal release government code sections 54957 and 54954.5E. Item 3, public employee appointment, government code section 54957.6, management, principal Scott Lane Elementary. Item number 4, public employee appointment, government code section 54957.6, management, vice principal, Santa Clara High School. Item number 5, conference with labor negotiators, government code sections 54957.6 and 59454F. Agency representatives, Damon Wright, superintendent, Jose Gonzalez, Assistant Superintendent, Human Resources, Mark Shield, Chief Business Official, Employee Organizations, UTSC, CSEA, AFT, and unrepresented, it continues, employees. And then item 6, Public Employee Performance Evaluation, Government Code, Section 54857, Agency Designated Representative, Bonnie Lieberman, Board President, Title, Superintendent. That's everything that we have for closed session tonight. With that, we will go into closed session. This agenda states that we should be returning to open session by 8 o'clock. And away we go. return from closed session, and we're going to start with the introduction of our interpreter.
Excuse me. Good evening, board. Buenas tardes. Mi nombre es Angélica Benítez. Mi compañera Catherine Hertel y yo vamos a ser las intérpretes en español de esta noche. Bienvenidos a la reunión de la mesa directiva. Esta reunión está siendo transmitida en el canal en español de Zoom. Para escuchar esta sesión en español, oprima el botón que dice interpretación en su pantalla y seleccione el lenguaje de español. En ese menú también tendrá la opción de silenciar el audio original en inglés. Thank you.
Great. And now the report from closed session. On item D1 in closed session, the Board of Trustees discussed a recommendation of staff and related evidence regarding an expulsion of student 052-826A.1. We'll be voting on that later in the agenda. Under item D2, in closed session, the Board of Education voted 7-0 to accept the separation agreement and general release of employee number 8418. The board further authorizes the district administration to take all necessary actions to finalize this matter. Because we have board members attending by Zoom, I have to read out each board member's vote, even though it was unanimous. So Trustee Fairchild voted yes. Trustee Muirhead voted yes. I voted yes. Trustee Watanabe voted yes. Trustee Ryan voted yes. Board President Lieberman voted yes, and Trustee Ratterman voted yes. And so that addresses item D2. And then let's see. Also in closed session, the board on item D3, the board received information. On item D4, the board received information. On item D5, the board received information. And on item D6, we are moving that to a future. Oh, there was discussion. There was brief discussion, but I believe it's coming back again. And no action was taken. And so that yes. Did you have something? There was direction? Go ahead.
On item D5, did we give direction?
I don't believe so.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I think we discussed. I don't think we gave direction. Unless someone has another opinion. Does someone have another opinion about D5?
We did give direction.
I believe we did give direction.
Okay, well then I'm wrong. Then we gave direction. And then on, let's see, I think that concludes the closed session. So that takes us to the report from our superintendent.
All right, good evening. May is Mental Health Awareness Month. It's an opportunity for us all to focus on mental well-being. I don't know, some of us are wearing these purple ribbon pins you see on my collar there in support of mental well-being month. I want to thank our armed services personnel, those who are currently serving, those who have served, and those who have paid their ultimate sacrifice to protect our civil liberties, as Memorial Day was just this past Monday. And I just wanted to take an opportunity to thank them for their service. Since our last board meeting, I had an opportunity to visit elementary schools. I went to Westwood Elementary School, so I want to thank Principal Kafari for walking me around and taking me into classrooms and watching teachers in actions and our students learning. Had an opportunity to go to Bowers Elementary School with Principal Reyes for Career Day. Miss Gallegos and also Miss Contreras, thank you for having me. I really enjoyed those conversations. It started off with me talking about my career path, and it quickly ended up with us talking about my favorite ice cream, pizza, and if I like Taco Bell. So those first and second graders, they'll just ask you whatever's on their mind. So I really appreciated the conversation and the time that I got to spend at Bowers. I really enjoyed the employee recognition event that we had, celebrating years of service, our retirees, our employees of the year. I just want to thank our HR department, maintenance and operation and technology, and everyone else that was involved putting it together. I mean, behind the scenes, it takes a lot of work to put together those celebrations. So I really want to thank, it was a collaborative effort. I want to thank everybody who was involved. I had an opportunity to go to the SLI graduation as well to celebrate our students who completed a rigorous STEM program. Their commitment that they've shown throughout that program is going to serve them well in the future. And I'm also really looking forward to participating in the graduation ceremonies that are forthcoming, starting tomorrow and all through next week. Celebrate our students for their accomplishments. It's a constant reminder of why we're here. I want to wish our students, our graduates, success and joy as they enter the next stage of their life. Use the foundation that they've gained here at SCUSD, both what to do and also what not to do. Use those experiences as they continue to grow. And I just want to share with them that remember, when things get tough, you always have a home to come back to get centered. We're family here in SCUSD, and we're really proud of you and your accomplishments. We have a lot to celebrate. We had some celebrations right before closed sessions, but I also want to congratulate Santa Clara High School as they were recipients of 2026 Best Communities for Music Education Award. The music program at Santa Clara is second to none. I just want to congratulate them on their success. Athletics, I know it's 8 o'clock, so Wilcox baseball is playing tonight. If anyone has an update, hopefully they took home the championship. And we also have Santa Clara softball that's scheduled to play in a championship game on Saturday. I do know that there's some other sports that are in championship games right now. I don't have them all, but we are looking forward to celebrating them at our next board meeting. I want to thank Dr. Siegel, teacher over at New Valley, for organizing the first annual chess tournament. Students engage in critical thinking, they build community. There are 12 student competitors, and Julian Gonzalez, if you're watching, he's an 11th grader. He was crowned the first champion of the chess tournament at New Valley. So congratulations to Julian Gonzalez. I also want to congratulate our board member, Trustee Muirhead. She was actually honored for the Jewish Heritage Month by the state of California recently. So congratulations on your award. And I want to end my report tonight just by sharing a reflection. You know, I recently read an article suggesting that there's a division in SCUSD. And I wanted to just take a moment to share my perspective. I don't believe that we're divided. In fact, I think we're more than aligned than we're not. We all want what's best for our students, our staff, and our organization. We may have differing opinions on how to get there, but I believe what we're experiencing is the reality of navigating difficult circumstances. As a district, we have had to reduce our workforce in response to years of spending beyond our means. Anytime an organization undergoes a process where dedicated people, individuals who've committed themselves to serving students are impacted, emotions understandably rise to the surface. Advocacy, frustration, hurt, and criticism are all natural responses during times like these. But as played out publicly are raw emotions from people fighting for stability and normalcy, and that should not be mistaken for division. Throughout this process, I have spoken with staff representing CSEA, UTSC, and management, and one common sentiment that I've heard repeatedly is, "You inherited a challenging situation. I would not want your job." Contrary to those statements, I do want this job, and I do want the opportunity to work collaboratively with our trustees, our management teams, labor partners, staff, students, and community to move Santa Clara Unified School District forward and establish SCUSD as a top-tier district in the state. I often think about our labor leaders and the challenges that they face during times like these as well. Much like the comments directed towards executive leadership and me, I would not want to be in their position either. Labor leaders carry the weight of advocating for their members who are hurting, frustrated, and seeking answers, many of which cannot be resolved immediately, nor can the anxiety or uncertainty be taken away. At the same time, they're balancing partnership with management to ensure decision-making remains fair and equitable. They sit at the table during difficult conversations and complex decision-making processes, often while carrying confidential information that cannot be shared broadly. That constant tension and responsibility can be exhausting. And I want our staff to know that our labor partners fight very hard for you, sometimes too hard. And that commitment should be recognized. I want to thank CSEA and UTSC for the honest discourse this year. Moments of disagreements are often the moments where organizations grow and improve. While we are not perfect, I firmly believe we are strengthening and refining our structure through this work. I look forward to continuing to develop strategies to improve communication, not only between management and labor, but throughout the entire organization. I want to thank our labor partners for continuing to return to the table during these difficult times, because partnership matters. What matters is that we remain committed to building something stronger together. To all SCUSD staff, this has been an incredibly challenging year. I want to thank you for your perseverance, your commitment, and your unwavering support of students. I truly believe that brighter days are ahead. I look forward to moving beyond this difficult climb and reaching a point where we are celebrating the strategic gains that come from the hard work and dedication of our collective effort. I look forward to a future where we're systematically reviewing and discussing data in ways that are meaningfully improving instruction and student outcomes. I look forward to closing opportunity and achievement gaps so that all students make substantial gains. I look forward to building programs that are second to none, programs that other districts seek to emulate. I look forward to strategic spending and implementing structures that better support the work we aspire to accomplish, including effective bell schedules, meaningful collaboration time, and systems that allow both staff and students to thrive in a workable structure. The work ahead is not easy, but I firmly believe that SCUSD's best days are ahead of us. So buckle up, because it's coming. Thank you and have a great summer.
So next up will be the reports from our union presidents, and I would point out that Trustee Watanabe is our timekeeper this evening. So the clock is right over her left shoulder, and she'll let you know when your time is up. So who would like to speak first? Oh, okay. We have Ian. Go ahead.
Good evening, Board President Lieberman, Board of Trustees, Dr. Wright, and Ms. Burrell. Margie is unfortunately out sick this evening, so you'll have to put up with me to do the UTSC report. This is the final board meeting before kids leave for the summer, before many members of certificated and classified staff get to take a minute to breathe, and if they are lucky, time to recharge. To say that it has been a tough year would be an understatement. This is my 22nd year in teaching, my 17th in Santa Clara. And speaking for myself, this has been the hardest year of my career. Speaking with some friends over lunch today, we all agreed that it feels like our souls have slowly been sucked out of our bodies this year. Something akin to the Dementors from Harry Potter. We're a dramatic bunch. To say that it has been a tough year would be an understatement. Yet, children have smiled, they have learned, and well thought out and engaging lessons have been taught. Classrooms have been filled with laughter. Kids of all ages have been inspired. They have been challenged to grow and see themselves in new ways. Students who couldn't can now identify their letters or write a sentence or analyze Shakespeare. Students who couldn't can now do multiplication or algebra or calculus. Students who couldn't can now confidently raise their hand and speak out in class, or regulate their behavior or understand how to empathize with others. Assemblies have happened, field trips have happened, professional developments have happened, parent-teacher conferences have happened, IEPs and 504s and assessments have happened, staff meetings have happened, collaboration has happened. The list goes on and on, just as every year the school year must go on. As the end-of-year celebrations and performances and graduations happen over the next week or so, teachers and other certificated staff will smile and beam with pride because they have made it happen. None of these things happen without them. Speaking to all our members out there in the audience and watching online, you made it happen, and you should be immensely proud that you did. Because to say that it has been tough this year would be an understatement. Unfortunately, all of these positive things had to be achieved in an educational landscape that has become significantly more difficult to navigate over recent years, as well as under the oppressive specter of right-sizing and the cuts to people and programs that accompanied it. Despite that, teachers smiled. They planned, they taught, they fought for their students, they built connections, and they inspired, because that is what we do. And we do it for our students, our schools, and our communities because we feel that no one else is going to. We hold ourselves accountable to make positive things happen for our students. And that is what we ask of the board, the district office, and the superintendent. Hold yourselves accountable to do what is in the best interest of our students, all our students. That is the North Star. That is how we all row in the right direction. Work collaboratively together, listen to each other, take advice when warranted, communicate clearly, check in with each other, and look out for each other to do what is best for our students and our families, and all hold ourselves accountable. As we move towards the end of the school year, there are still a lot of unknowns. People still don't know where they are going to be teaching or what they are going to be teaching. Friends and colleagues are likely to be moved around and school sites will look very different at the start of next year. These unknowns are disarming and lead to apprehension because teachers are planners. The next school year does not begin for us in August. It begins now. The planning and preparation for next school year would usually have already started for many, but for many, because of the uncertainty, it still can't. And that uncertainty leads to heightened anxiety. To say it has been a tough year would be an understatement. However, despite the difficulty, despite the ever-looming cloud of the unknown, please know that you all did it. You persevered and you overcame, and students learned and laughed and grew. So thank you to all our members, especially our retirees, who have had glittering and outstanding careers. Enjoy your summer, enjoy your families, enjoy your hobbies and your vacations. You more than deserve it. Thank you. That concludes our UTSC report.
I'm not that tall. Good evening, Board President Lieberman, trustees, Dr. Wright and Ms. Brawl. As we come to the close of the 25-26 school year for students, CSEA would like to take the opportunity to congratulate all of the students who are graduating and promoting. The excitement for end-of-year parties, field trips, ceremonies, and what's to come next is captivating. We also want to thank all of our student-facing staff and retirees for everything they have done for our students, staff, and community. This year has been filled with uncertainty, confusion, change, and a lot of emotions. Through it all, classified staff have handled these challenges with professionalism, grace, and respect, often having to wait for clarity and corrections along the way through no fault of their own. What has stood out to me most is how our members have banded together, stepped up, and shown up for each other during difficult moments. As the district prepares for the 26-27 school year, my hope is that the classified staff throughout the district will be meaningfully included in planning and have an active role at the table where decisions are being made. The people doing the work every day bring valuable knowledge, perspective, and insight that deserve to be a part of the conversation from the very beginning. The spirit of dedication and service was on full display last week when I attended the Employee of the Year ceremony. It was truly an honor to personally congratulate so many employees who dedicated decades of service to this district. I also had the opportunity to watch the faces of those chosen employees light up in real time as they realized they, had been selected as recipients. It was incredibly moving. Seeing such respected and beloved employees recognized for the impact they have made on our schools and students brought some much deserved joy and recognition. And to our amazing custodian and classified employee of the year, Gabe, it is beautiful to see the connections being built between classified staff and students. Your colleagues and community see and appreciate who you are. Thank you for being you, Gabe. It was shared with me this morning that our very own VP of Transportation was recognized by the Santa Clara County Office of Education for her phenomenal collaborative work supporting student transportation needs with the Department of Family and Child Services. Thank you, Danielle. And while we're talking about transportation, I also would like to take this opportunity to share with the public that the district is hiring bus drivers. And if you are a bus driver or know a bus driver looking for a great team to join a great team, please encourage them to check us out on EdJoin. Seriously. I am also happy to share that through collaboration and strong union advocacy, we are also celebrating the first year of our paraeducator onboarding program. This work has been focused not only on foundational skills and training, but also on building connections to the incredible support Santa Clara Unified already has for employees and students alike. Programs like this help foster understanding, strengthen skill sets, and better equip our staff to support the diverse needs of all students. I am eager to attend California Labor Management Initiative next month. To continue defining what meaningful partnership can and should look like in Santa Clara Unified, always centered on clarity, kindness, collaboration, and equity for both students and staff. As we move into the summer, I hope our employees are able to find some rest, spend some time with family, and take moments to recharge after such a difficult year. Thank you to all the classified members in here and out on the Zoom for continuing to show up for students and for each other, even during the hardest moments. Students thrive where classified work. Thank you.
Thank you for those really wonderful comments. And so now the next item that we have is public comment on unagendized items. So I'm going to read the guidelines policy regarding that. That would be Board Policy 1313 on civility, which states the following. This policy is intended to promote mutual respect, civility, and orderly conduct among district employees, parents, and the public. This policy is not intended to deprive any person of her right to freedom of expression, but only to maintain to the extent possible and reasonable a safe harassment-free workplace for our students and staff. In the interest of presenting district employees as positive role models to the children of this district, as well as the community, Santa Clara Unified School District encourages positive communication and discourages volatile, hostile, or aggressive actions. This district seeks public cooperation with this endeavor. And just as a reminder, this is unagendized items, so the board cannot respond to these directly, but we can listen to your comments. And if the board wants to, we can direct questions to staff. So let me go to those speakers. Our first speaker is, and you'll have 2 minutes. Kathy will time you. And the first speaker is, I hope I'm pronouncing this correctly, Yunven Jacobo. Yunvenjacobo. You're first up. Come to the microphone. And you have 2 minutes and Kathy will time you.
Good evening, trustees. I am coming, seeking for help desperately as a parent of a student that should be graduating, but her opportunity has been taken away. She's supposed to be expelled and she has been considered for expulsion. I took this whole situation to the school district of Santa Clara, but we haven't been heard. Instead, we have been discriminated, and I've been seeking for help for over a month and a half without getting the proper help we've been asking for. I try to use all the resources you guys offer, but nothing has been in favor. I just ask all of you that if you can take the time to review our case, I have all the evidence to prove you that this decision of the district and of the principal of Dolores Huerta has been completely discriminatory to my daughter. So I would really appreciate if you guys can take the time to review this information because my voice and my daughter's voice haven't been heard. That's all. Thank you.
As I mentioned earlier, because this is unagendized, the board can't respond directly. However, our staff can. And Damon, is that something you can follow up on for us?
Yeah, we'll follow up and give you a report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Have a good evening.
Next up, we have Linda Berger. And so we can have people in the queue. Next up after Linda will be Amanda Almeida. And then another speaker after that will be Katie Bernard.
Good evening, trustees, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. Things have changed in my 34 years in education. You may think you know what it's like to be us, but you don't. Despite your past work, brief visits in the classroom, you're not us. Times are different now. Develop some empathy. Join a classroom for an entire day. Better yet, sub in a classroom without sub plans on a rainy day. Yeah, give it 3 days. You might get a sense on why and how we matter. Partnership has become a contentious word lately. This current state in the district has led a site leader to actively sabotage a colleague. District leaders are attempting to influence via opinion over policy. Curricular decisions are made based on data. Good news is it doesn't have to be this way. True partnership creates potential to evolve into something deeper, and we can be your partners. Partnership means we would attend meetings with an equal voice that affect equal change. Employees will answer surveys confident that their input will be considered and applied. Teachers will certain that they are valued and used as a first resource in those amazing district plans that you've been talking about. At the end of the day, we just want to feel of service and of value. The first is easy by taking advantage of our teachers' unique skills. The second will build trust by having faith in us and belief in us to continue bargaining and agree to a raise in our salary. So we don't have to come back to school in the fall earning less money than the year before. The education experience of you, the school board, and the unions are capable of finding a path to grow together where true partnership will exist.
And please do email the rest of your comments if you had more to say. Okay, so next up is Amanda Almeida.
Good evening, board members, Dr. Wright and Ms. Burrell. My name is Amanda Almeida, and I'm a speech language pathologist and the district augmentative and alternative communication specialist. It is a huge understatement to say that our district is facing extremely difficult times, and I recognize the reality of the financial situation, including layoffs and staffing reductions. But I want to highlight that while positions are being reduced, the demands within special education continue to grow, especially in the area of speech and language services. Speech services are often one of the first supports families seek for their children, and the needs we address continue to expand in both complexity and intensity. As speech language pathologists, our work extends far beyond direct therapy minutes. This school in particular has been especially taxing mentally, emotionally, and even physically for many staff members. Despite these challenges, SLPs continue to show up for their students and families every day, often balancing increasing demands with limited time and resources. This is why we are urging the district to consider moving toward a workload-based model rather than relying solely on caseload numbers. Caseload only counts the number of students assigned to a clinician, but workload reflects the actual time, intensity, and responsibilities required to appropriately support these students. For example, supporting students with complex communication needs in extensive needs support classrooms looks vastly different than supporting the same number of students with mild articulation deficits. A caseload model treats these instances equally, regardless of the time and necessary involvement of the providers. A small task force within our group has been diligently working on and has developed a workload rubric, carefully combing through the specific types of cases we come across. We as SLPs would welcome the opportunity to share it with you and to collaborate on a more equitable and updated approach to determining staffing and FTE allocation across sites so that we can be properly staffed. When determining overall FTE, input from the actual staff who work directly at every site should be a priority. Only they know and understand the many behind-the-scenes responsibilities, service demands, and student needs that are involved at each unique site. Thank you.
Thank you, Amanda. Next up is Katie. Go ahead, Katie.
Good evening. I'm Katie Bernard, RSP teacher at Ponderosa, and tonight I'm speaking about communication. Since I publicly asked a question to HR at the previous board meeting, I'm going to publicly thank Dr. Gonzalez. Thank you for listening and for sending follow-up communication about the transfer process to district staff. This is a simple type of communication that we are seeking from district staff during this right-sizing process and in general. Dr. Gonzalez took the time to track me down at a district event to talk to me face-to-face and ask for direct feedback. This is what transparent and open communication is, even in hard situations. These emails and follow-up is what creates change. And when we talk face-to-face, human to human, we can compromise and work together to succeed. We are still at the point where emails are sent to district staff and there is never a response. Please respond. It is a common courtesy that we deserve as professionals, and we can improve greatly as a district with communication. And then since I have a little time left, I just want to back up what Amanda was saying about workload versus caseload. We have developed that for elementary RSP, and it's not being used currently. So I really hope that we can move towards that model and get support for our teachers with workload versus caseload. So thank you.
Our next speaker is Zoom.
Okay. Good evening, trustees, Superintendent Wright, and Ms. Burrell. I appreciate the opportunity to speak tonight. I come before you as a school psychologist who deeply cares about our students, families, staff, and the long-term health of special education services in Santa Clara Unified. The consistent message many special education staff are hearing right now is that we're expected to do more with less. I understand the financial realities districts are facing, and I recognize that difficult decisions must be made. However, I ask that we carefully consider whether the expectations be placed on special education staff next year can be reasonably, safely, timely, and effectively be accomplished within a single full-time position. To give you context, I can share with you what my tentative schedule for next year looks like. My assignment is expected to include Wilson Education Option Campus, serving both Wilson High School, an independent study alternative setting, and Wilson Post-Secondary. In addition, I will be at Bookster Middle School and a half day at Santa Clara Community School, another alternative school setting. Alternative schools are not traditional settings and often serve students with the higher level of needs for academics, behavioral, mental health, and social emotional needs. At the same time, special education enrollment is not decreasing in the same way general education enrollment is. The demands and intensity continue to grow. We are being asked to cover more IEPs, more assessments, more counseling support, more crisis responses, and more mental health intervention. Furthermore, we have also been informed that special education administrators will have less availability next year and will likely need to prioritize only the most litigious cases. In other words, while site level staff are being asked to do more with less, administrative support will also be stretched thinner. Thank you.
Thank you, Son. I don't have any more slips for speakers in the room. Do we have anyone that wants to speak on Zoom? Oh, did you turn in a slip? Well, come on up and then at some point, turn in a slip.
All right. Good evening, board. My name is Katie Peterson. My pronouns are she, her, hers, and I'm a school psychologist within the district. My job is to ensure that our schools are doing right by students by centering students' strengths and needs and always considering the least restrictive environment. Unfortunately, it feels that our district as a whole is no longer the least restrictive environment for employees, at least as it relates to our ability to do our work effectively. Under the guise of fiscal responsibility, and I say guys because it truly feels that decisions are being made to make certain district administrator jobs easier rather than truly centering the legally mandated needs of our most marginalized students. The district has disregarded the direct input of students, families, staff on the ground, and hard quantitative data, and made irresponsible and unethical staffing decisions. Let me be clear. The work we are doing on the ground in schools is not easy. It has never been easy. We didn't get into this field for easy. So it feels truly frustrating to hear administrative officials complain about things being difficult for them. Guess what? This work is inherently difficult. For example, the discussion at the last board meeting regarding how to adjust our practices to allow one extremely specialized and legally mandated employee, the educational audiologist,
to work in a hybrid role. It felt extremely privileged to argue that there would be a lot of work to do to research how to make this happen. Those of us who work directly with students bend over backwards on a daily basis to think outside the box and meet kids where they're at. All we ask is that you do the same. Thank you.
Do we have any speakers in Zoom?
For members of the public attending our meeting through the Zoom webinar who would like to speak, please use Zoom's raise hand tool, which you should be able to find at the bottom of the platform. Public speakers will be called upon in the order that hands are raised, and there will be a 2-minute timer on the screen similar to the one that we have in the room to help you moderate your comments. To ensure that everyone has the same amount of speaking time, we will have to move on to the next commenter after 2 minutes. And when your name is called, you will be prompted by the Zoom platform to unmute your microphone. Our first speaker is Jennifer Devine, and you should be prompted by Zoom to unmute. Our tech team, I'm not panel or host, so you need to unmute. All right, you should be prompted to unmute now, Jennifer. Jennifer, can you try to talk, please?
Can you hear me now?
We can hear you now.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Jennifer Devine, and I am the TK to second grade teacher of the deaf, hard of hearing at Heyman Elementary. I've been in education for 24 years, 15 with Santa Clara. However, you probably know me best from the emails inundating your inbox from me, staff, and our families in the last month. I'd apologize, but I hope you recognize it is a tribute to the advocacy we have for our DHH community. I'm speaking tonight to first say thank you for letting us feel heard via your emails and responses at the last meeting. It was clear from your reaction that you understood, one, the need and urgency for an audiologist to serve our students and fulfill the mandated IEP minutes. Two, the job is historically hard to fill and has gone unfilled for months, which then reverts back to a costly, unnecessary, and indefinite contracting loop. And three, confirmed, if necessary, the job can be done hybrid, as it has been, without edits to the job description. The position was approved on May 14th, then posted next week on May 22nd. We've been told that a job is typically posted for 8 days, which brings us to June 4th, and then takes HR 7 to 10 days to reach out to applicants to set up interviews. We've been told that despite this being the typical protocol, that the position will be open until a few applicants apply. Our questions tonight are, one, is this timeline, is this the timeline we'll be adhering to, or are we waiting for an arbitrary number of applicants before beginning the process? Is there a policy that requires a certain amount of qualified individuals to apply before beginning the interview process? Since candidates are rare and highly sought after, delaying even a week to schedule interviews means risking losing a qualified professional to another district, a private clinic, or a hospital. As a seasoned teacher, I can tell you with confidence that if we have any applicants and we do not begin interviewing soon, those applicants will then take other offers from those that move more rapidly. Waiting and seeing will not help to create a pool of applicants. It will drain it. We urge the district to not wait too long with a huge risk of leaving our community with a lapse in or no services going into the new school year. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Vice President Canova, that was the only one.
Okay, great. Thank you for those comments. So that takes us up to our next item under I, discussion items. We have the 2025-2026 math pilot process, final materials to pilot fall 2026. Do we have a presentation for that?
Thank you. Good evening, trustees, Dr. Wright, Ms. Burrell. Tonight, we have a wonderful team of people here to speak to you about our math adoption process. I'm joined this evening by directors Matt Baldwin and Trisha Ringel, and coordinator Chandra Henry. They make up a small but they make up but a small portion of the district adoption leadership team that was comprised of many teacher leaders, including our math TOSAs who are here tonight as well. So thank you to them. And also district administrators from our special education, assessment, curriculum and development, English language learner, and instructional materials teams. I would also like to take the opportunity to thank our 75+ teachers who served on the math adoption team. They have put in a lot of time, energy, and hard work throughout this process, and we greatly appreciate their efforts. Oh, sorry, I have to click both things at the same time. The informational report that we're going to provide to you tonight, to you and the greater community tonight, is an overview and update on the district's mathematical curriculum adoption process. And we will also share data from the teachers' evaluation of the programs, announce the programs we will be piloting in August, and finally, we will outline next steps. The instructional materials under consideration were developed by publishers in alignment with the California Department of Education's mathematical framework, which was adopted in on July 12th of 2023. At the time the framework was released, transitional kindergarten was not included, and many publishers are still in the process of developing math materials that are fully aligned to the state's preschool and transitional kindergarten foundational learning foundations. However, both of the final program selections that we're going to share with you tonight do include TK instructional materials for district consideration. Both of the district's final program selections for piloting are included on the state adopted list for all grade levels spanning kindergarten through Algebra 1. And next, I will turn it over to Ms. Henry to discuss what our comprehensive process looked like. Sorry.
In fall of 2025, SCUSD launched a multi-year mathematics curriculum adoption process to identify high-quality instructional materials, or HQIM, aligned to the 2023 California Mathematics Framework. This is a pivotal moment for our district, our first math adoption in over a decade, and one we absolutely must get right for our students. To ensure the process was rigorous, student-centered, teacher-driven, and grounded in data, we partnered with Unbound Ed, a national nonprofit that specializes in supporting districts with standards alignment and identifying high-quality curricula aligned to their unique needs. Together, we designed a process to ensure that the materials selected for piloting in 2026 and for implementation in 2027 will support rigorous, equitable, and coherent mathematics instruction across all grade levels. Year one of this work has unfolded over the entirety of the current school year in 3 major phases. First, in August, we established 2 collaborative bodies to lead this work, a district adoption leadership team and a teacher pilot committee. The initial phase focused on these 2 teams working together to build a strong foundation, identifying district priorities and defining what effective math instruction should look like in SCUSD classrooms. The second phase was centered on calibration. Both teams aligned around those district priorities, developed a shared understanding of what to look for in instructional materials, and began reviewing the more than 20 state-approved programs at each grade span. Through a structured review process, those materials were slowly narrowed down to 4 finalists per grade span. The final phase focused on deep analysis. Teachers on the pilot committee conducted extensive reviews of the finalist programs, and the resulting data were visualized, analyzed, and discussed by the district adoption leadership team in depth to determine 2 pilot recommendations for each grade span. The remainder of our presentation today highlights how these recommendations were reached. Before we dive into the nuances of this year's process, I want to highlight one important takeaway. Our teacher pilot committee consistently viewed this process very positively. Throughout the year, teachers shared how much they appreciated being a part of a process that felt thoughtful, collaborative, and genuinely robust. As indicated by this survey data from November and April, our piloting teachers remained consistently satisfied with the structure and purpose of the days they were pulled out of their classrooms to do this important work. We're especially grateful to our partners at Unbound Ed for helping us design and facilitate such careful and comprehensive plans this year, as well for already helping us start to plan for the pilot and implementation years ahead. The first major step in this process took place in September when the district adoption leadership team partnered with Unbound Ed to develop a district-wide instructional vision for math. This vision serves as SCUSD's guiding light for mathematics, defining our core beliefs, goals for student learning experiences, and shared language around high-quality math instruction. It has guided every step of this adoption process and will continue shaping curriculum, instruction, and assessment long after the adoption is complete. In October, the Teacher Pilot Committee convened for the first time. Teachers engaged in professional learning around defining high-quality instructional materials and understanding the demands of the 2023 California Mathematics Framework. Teachers also had a chance to read, interrogate, and internalize our district vision for math, collaboratively building a shared understanding of what rigorous and equitable math instruction should actually look, sound, and feel like in our classrooms. At the end of the day, we asked our piloting teachers, what do your students need from a set of instructional materials to make the district math vision a reality? What do you need? What do other teachers at your site need? Teachers recorded as many needs and priorities as they could on Post-its, which were then compiled by the leadership team. Later in October, the district adoption leadership team met again and used the needs and priorities articulated by teachers on Post-its to inform the creation of two critically important documents: a list of must-haves and nice-to-haves for district adopted materials, also known as guardrails for our adoption, a district review tool also for deeply reviewing and evaluating a final shortlist of programs for piloting. We shared our district guardrails with our Teacher Pilot Committee during their second meeting in November. Teachers were given dedicated time to examine the must-haves and the nice-to-haves and ask clarifying questions about their implications for curriculum selection. We can think of our must-haves and nice-to-haves, or district guardrails, as early screening criteria. Must-haves were non-negotiable requirements that every viable program needed to meet. We, as a district, would not consider program options that did not meet these needs. Nice-to-haves, on the other hand, reflected important district priorities, but were more flexible. The absence of these components would not be a deal breaker if a program was otherwise robust. However, nice-to-haves could be used further down the road to differentiate and break ties between two programs that met all of our must-haves. For example, one of our district must-haves is that both student and teacher materials for piloted programs be available both digitally and in print. We absolutely did not consider programs if they were purely digital or purely physical. Programs needed to have both modalities. A related nice-to-have was that digital materials go beyond simply replicating print resources and meaningfully enhance teaching and learning in some way. Absolutely important to us, but a priority that was more flexible. From November 2025 to January 2026, the district adoption leadership team reviewed all 20+ materials per grade span on the state's adoption list and thoroughly documented each program's alignment to the district must-haves and nice-to-haves in a comprehensive spreadsheet. Please note that the state's adoption list only includes programs from kindergarten through Algebra 1. For high school pilot consideration, the leadership team therefore identified Algebra 1 programs on the state list that offered a complete Geometry, Algebra 1, Algebra 2 sequence. The leadership team also considered one program outside of the state adoption list, MathSpace High School Traditional Curriculum, rated 100% on Ed Reports for focus, coherence, and rigor and mathematical practices, although it was not submitted for state adoption consideration. At the secondary level, only must-haves were used to filter programs. At the elementary level, nice-to-haves were also considered, given the larger pool of state-recommended programs. Elementary teachers on the Teacher Pilot Committee were asked to provide input on which nice-to-haves they considered the highest priority. Using the district guardrails, the leadership team was eventually able to narrow the field to 7 semifinalist programs per grade span. Sorry. These were our seven semifinalist programs for each grade span. Now I'll pass it back to Alyssa.
Thank you. All right. Next, we needed to narrow this down from 7 semifinalists to 4 finalists. So in January of 2026, we invited the 7 semi-finalist publishers at each grade span to our district. They weren't coming for a typical sales pitch. We asked them to do something far more meaningful, facilitate authentic on-grade level demonstration lessons that showed us, instead of telling us, exactly how students would engage with the program materials in the classroom. At this January Teacher Pilot Committee meeting, our piloting teacher sat in the learner's seat, participating in each demonstration lesson provided. As they engaged with the content, each publisher from the lens of students, they evaluated the student experience using a rubric aligned to our district's math instructional vision, with a particular focus on equitable and engaging instructional practices as outlined in Chapter 2 of the California Math Framework. To ensure consistency across publisher comparisons, all publishers within each grade span were asked to demonstrate a lesson aligned to the same content standard cluster. After working through all 7 of the demonstration lessons, teachers submitted a star rating to demonstrate, a star rating out of 5 for each program, reflecting the quality of the student learning experience. They also completed a final program ranking, drawing on the evidence and notes that they took and gathered throughout the day to give each program an individual ranking from 1, their top choice, to 7, their last choice. After the teachers submitted their final publisher presentations, rankings, the district adoption leadership team converted the teachers' rankings for each program into weighted scores using a reverse rank system to identify 4 finalists per grade span. At the elementary level, you can see that Amplify, Curriculum Associates, and Carnegie emerged as the clear top 3 performers. And the leadership team advanced Innovamat. That's a hard one to pronounce. I wasn't quite sure how to do that. Over Savas as the 4th finalist, even though it was the weighted score was 1 point lower than Savas's due to its strong instructional alignment to the middle school options and its significantly higher average rating, star rating from the teachers. At the middle school level, Carnegie, Amplify, and Kidam led the rankings, with the district adoption leadership team advancing Curriculum Associates over McGraw-Hill based on the stronger digital learning supports aligned to our teachers' articulated priorities. At the high school level, finalists were determined by weighted rankings as well, and Savas, Amplify, Carnegie, and Math Space moved forward to the next round. With our 4 finalist programs identified at each grade span, the district moved into the final phase of year 1 this year, a deep review of each of the materials themselves. At this stage, there were no more publisher presentations or any dialogue with publishers at all. It was just an opportunity for the teachers to look at the finalist programs and let those programs speak for themselves. Evaluating each set of instructional materials purely as they were written or are written. In April, the Teacher Pilot Committee convened for the final time this year to conduct these in-depth reviews of all finalist programs using the district review tool. This tool, as you can recall from slide 4 earlier in the presentation, was developed by the district adoption leadership team and was directly informed by priorities and the needs articulated by our piloting teachers on Post-its, just like the must-haves and nice-to-haves. Unlike the must-haves and nice-to-haves, however, our district review tool was designed to deeply assess the quality of each program. The purpose of the review tool was to create a consistent, evidence-based method for evaluating these programs, rather than relying on general impressions or preferences, and to prevent anyone from being swayed by the bells and whistles that sometimes come with these programs. The tool generated focused, comparable data across our programs, helping the district center decision-making on instructional quality, alignment of district priorities to district priorities, and ultimately student outcomes. Our district review tool is organized around 4 overarching areas for any high-quality instructional materials piloted and adopted by our district: assessment, language instruction, the interacting with math or the math content of the program, and finally, the instructional strategies for equitable access to our content. Each priority is further broken down into specific indicators and success criteria that define what teachers should actually look for in program materials when evaluating the priority areas. For example, within the interacting with math priority area, indicator 3C examines whether materials include open-ended tasks that promote problem solving, mathematical discourse, multiple strategies, and justification of reasoning. Across all of these priority areas, the tool has a total of 14 indicators used to evaluate and compare programs consistently. And you could have seen that in the report that was attached to it as well. We'll talk more about it as we go. Our district review tool is organized around 4 overarching, oops, I'm sorry. Hold on. Sorry, I forgot to advance. Doing both hands is very, very confusing. All right, back to the district review tool scoring system. Back at their second meeting in November, after they reviewed and internalized our district's must-haves and nice-to-haves for adoption, teachers on the teacher pilot committee also had the chance to review our district review tool in depth and ask questions about how they were going to use it. Teachers examined the review tool's 4 priority areas and 14 indicators, discussing what evidence of these indicators would look like in actual instructional materials. Then, as a calibration exercise, teachers actually used the tool to evaluate Amplify Education's Amplify Desmos math program. And because Amplify is already used in the district as a supplemental resource in middle and high schools, as you probably remember, the district was able to access several full sets of materials quickly to do this work, allowing our teachers to practice applying the review tool in a real context. This calibration exercise established a shared lens for evaluating all subsequent programs. Amplify ultimately advanced as a program finalist across all grade spans, which is pretty exciting. Because it was used as the calibration program in November, teachers were not required to reevaluate it fully in April when they met. Instead, they could revisit it and adjust their scoring if they wanted to. In April, teachers focused on the bulk of their review time on the other 3 finalist programs, with an additional hour of paid time beyond the contract day provided to complete any remaining evaluations that they wanted to do. In our review tool, as you can see here, each indicator is scored on a 0 to 2 scale. A score of 2 means the program fully meets expectations. A score of 1 means that the program partially meets the expectations of that indicator. And the score of 0 means that the program does not meet the indicator's expectations. This scoring evidence collection system ensured consistent evidence-based evaluation of instructional materials across all of the programs. Now we're going to move into a review of the data and evidence collected and visualized from the teacher pilot committee's in-depth review for our 4 finalist programs, and Mr. Baldwin will lead us in that.
Good evening. Now all the fun stuff. So, let me make sure this is good. Okay. After the final teacher pilot committee meeting in April, the district adoption leadership team met multiple times throughout April and May to visualize and analyze the data from teachers' review and reach consensus on 2 programs to pilot in each grade span in the fall of 2026. Oh, no. There we go. Every effort was made to ensure that teachers had time to complete these 4 reviews. The final April pullout day was decided entirely to final reviews of programs using the review tool, and teachers were also offered an additional hour of pay time beyond the contract day to complete the outstanding evaluations. The first lens used to analyze teacher review data was performance on each indicator in the review tool. The next 3 slides will show for each of the 14 indicators of the review tool, the percentage of teachers who assigned each program a full 2 meets expectations score for that indicator. Cell shading highlights the strongest, second strongest, and lowest performing programs for each indicator. Now I'll hand it off to Trisha Ringo.
Thank you. Good evening. At the elementary level, Amplify Education emerged as the strongest overall program when we visualize the data by indicator, receiving the highest percentage of meets expectation scores in 10 of the 14 indicators. She said it, there you go. On the other hand, demonstrated a consistently lower performance across indicators. The more nuanced data discussion centered on Carnegie Learning versus Curriculum Associates for the second pilot recommendation. Both programs showed competitive results. Carnegie led or placed second across 9 indicators total, while Curriculum Associates led or placed second across 7 indicators, necessitating a more focused indicator by indicator comparison, which we will dive into later. We'll now move on to middle school.
Of all 3 grade spans, elementary, middle, and high, our middle school data provided the clearest direction when disaggregated the data by indicator, with 2 programs emerging as clear front runners for piloting. Carnegie led the middle school analysis, receiving the highest percentage of meets expectation scores in 11 of 14 indicators. Amplify followed closely, leading 5 indicators and coming in second in 9 indicators. For high school, Amplify Education was again the clearest frontrunner, leading in 10 of 14 indicators. The second pilot recommendation was more closely contested between Carnegie Learning and Savas Learning Company. Carnegie led in 5 indicators and placed second in 3, while Savas led in 1 indicator but placed second in 9. Carnegie received the lowest percentage of meets expectation scores in 2 indicators, while Savas only significantly underperformed in 1. As in elementary, there was no clear and immediate consensus for the second pilot slot in high school, requiring deeper indicator level discussion of Carnegie versus Savas.
The second lens that we applied to the data examined overall program performance based on the teacher's total scores in the review tool across all indicators. With 14 total indicators on the review tool, the maximum possible score program could have received from a teacher was 28 points, representing a score of 2 or meets expectations on every indicator. The next 3 slides show the distribution of total scores from teachers across the 4 finalist programs at each grade span. We will start with elementary. At the elementary level, just like when we disaggregated the data by indicator, when we looked at the overall teacher scoring for each program, Amplify Education led the pack, with 29 teachers assigning it top range total scores between 22 and 28. Innovamat again performed more poorly, with only 9 teachers putting it in the top score range. The comparison between Carnegie Learning and Curriculum Associates remained close. Carnegie received more top range scores, 24 versus 21 for Curriculum Associates, but also a couple more low range scores, 5 versus 3 for Curriculum Associates, making the distinction less clear cut. Now moving to middle and high.
The middle school results remained remarkably clear and consistent when we looked at overall performance on the review tool. Carnegie Learning emerged as the strongest program, with 10 teachers awarding it a total score within our highest score bracket of 22 to 28 points. Amplify Education was right on its heels, with 9 teachers awarding it a total score in that same top score range. Neither Carnegie nor Amplify received any scores from teachers in the bottom range of 14 points or lower. Finally, in high school, Amplify Education remained the top performer, with 10 teachers rating in the top score range and none in the bottom range. And again, Carnegie and Savas remained close. Carnegie had 1 more top range score than Savas, but also 2 more bottom range scores, suggesting a more polarized teacher response despite strong performance overall. At the end of April review, teachers were asked to submit a final ranking of the 4 finalist programs based on their scores and evidence from their evaluation tool of each program. This is the 3rd lens we applied to the data from the review day. Before we dive into this data, I want to emphasize something. The form through which teachers submitted their final rankings explicitly directed them to ensure that their rankings were grounded in their scores and evidence, not personal preference. Teachers' final rankings were converted into weighted scores using a reverse rank system. First choice ranking for each program were worth 4 points. Second choice rankings were 3 points. Third choice rankings were 2 points. And fourth choice rankings were 1 point, therefore producing a final weighted score for each program. I do want to also note that 2 middle school teachers and 1 elementary school teacher who reviewed all 4 programs did not submit final rankings and thus were excluded from this lens.
In elementary school, we can see some alignment between the teachers' rankings and what the review data showed us. Amplify was the top rated program, and Curriculum Associates and Carnegie are close, with only 7 points between their weighted scores. When we actually compared teachers' review data and their final rankings, however, we saw some discrepancies. Of the 33 elementary teachers who submitted both a final review of all programs and a final ranking, 18 of them had discrepancies between their total scores and the final rankings, meaning 55% of elementary school teachers ranked the programs differently than they scored them.
At the middle school level, we can see that teachers' final rankings were more or less correlate with the review data says about the top 2 programs. Teachers overwhelmingly put Carnegie and Amplify above the other 2 options. When we compared middle school teachers' total scores for each program to their final rankings, we noticed 3 of 10 middle school teachers, 30% of the teachers, who submitted all 4 reviews in a final ranking had discrepancies between their total scores for each program and rankings they submitted. The high school rankings data surprised us. Savas Learning Company emerged as the top-ranked program by teachers, a notable mismatch from the review findings across both indicator level and overall performance data. Of the 13 high school teachers who submitted both a final ranking and a full review of all 4 programs, 10 of them, 77% of high school teachers, had discrepancies between their scores and rankings. For example, one teacher scored Savas at 18 and Carnegie at 26, yet ranked Savas first and Carnegie second. The leadership team discussed at length whether these final rankings reflected evidence-based judgments or preference, ultimately giving the huge variability and alignment between teacher scores and evidence in their final rankings. The rankings were treated as a secondary signal, helpful in understanding teacher confidence in the 4 programs, but not a primary data point for decision-making. The whole intent of this year's long and detailed process was to ensure that we make a final pilot recommendation based on hard evidence and not based on impression or preference. So the leadership team made its final pilot recommendation grounded in our pilot teachers' indicator data, total scores, and qualitative evidence to maintain focus on instructional quality and student outcomes. That said, the leadership team also very much recognizes that curriculum decisions can be inherently personal and emotional for teachers. As piloting begins, teachers will continue to be asked what they need to feel confident implementing the selected programs. This feedback from teachers will inform pre-pilot training content as well as coaching and support provided to teachers throughout the pilot. In middle school, the leadership team quickly reached consensus on both pilot recommendations, Carnegie Learning, and Amplify Education. However, in elementary school and high school, while Amplify was quickly selected as the first pilot recommendation, the close performance of 2 programs for the second pilot slot in each grade span led to the district adoption leadership team to focus its analysis more. The first priority area we focused on was interacting with math, indicators 3A through 3D, indicator 3. Because high quality content is foundational to all other aspects of instruction, if standards align rigor and coherence are weak in core tasks, then the other priorities of assessment, language development, and differentiation cannot be effectively implemented. The second priority area we looked at was language. language instruction, indicator 2. Because developing mathematical language is essential for all of our students in meeting the demands of our vision, and especially critical for our English learners and multilingual learners, the focus is reinforced by 2024-25 CASP data showing our ELML students demonstrated math proficiency rates 3 to 5 times lower than our English proficient peers across elementary grades and 6 times lower than English proficient peers in high school.
In elementary school, the leadership team's deep review of the 7 focus indicators highlighted clear trade-offs between the 2 programs contending for the second pilot slot. Curriculum associates were stronger in language instruction. Teachers' evidence for these indicators highlighted robust supports such as glossaries, vocabulary cards, graphic organizers, and cognate supports. However, some teachers noted the vocabulary reinforcement was inconsistent over time. In contrast, Carnegie Learning also provided clear language progressions and supports, according to teacher evidence, but many of these resources were housed in a separate multilingual learner support handbook. The leadership team noted that this is likely made them harder for teachers to locate during the review and contributed to lower scores in indicator 2C. In interacting with math, Carnegie was stronger overall, with clear learning objectives, open-ended tasks, collaborative routines, and a strong emphasis on conceptual understanding. According to teachers' evidence, curriculum associates showed critically weaker performance in indicators 3C and 3D, with elementary teachers' evidence noting less consistent alignment to the California Math Framework and a stronger emphasis on procedural fluency over conceptual depth. Ultimately, for the second recommendation in elementary school, Carnegie Learning was selected over curriculum associates due to its significantly stronger performance in the interacting with math indicators. The leadership team did note, however, if Carnegie is piloted or adopted, additional support will be needed for language instruction, including publisher training and coaching around how to effectively integrate the multilingual learner support handbook.
In high school, the deep review of 7 focused indicators showed a clear overall advantage for Carnegie Learning across most measures. Teachers noted that Carnegie's stronger connections to student prior knowledge, consistent development of conceptual understanding, and real-world open-ended tasks with adaptive practice. Language support such as math language routines were embedded, though some language instruction resources were housed in a separate handbook, raising integration concerns similar to elementary teachers. Savas outperformed Carnegie in 2 focus indicators, but are ranked lowest across programs in indicator 2C. Teachers noted clear lesson structures and a balance of conceptual and procedural learning, but more teacher-directed instruction and fewer open-ended tasks. Teachers called out a lack of clear language progression and multilingual learner supports were limited, reducing opportunity for student discourse. Carnegie was ultimately selected as the second pilot recommendation due to stronger consistency across these 2 priority areas. That said, we know from the high school data that Carnegie is a highly rated yet somewhat polarizing option among our pilot teachers. In their summarizing comments about the program, at the end of the reviews, a few teachers noted concerns with the program's non-traditional scope and sequence, describing it as unexpected. We know this is a program very different from anything high school teachers have used before. Meanwhile, Savas is currently used at our high schools in Algebra 1 and Algebra 2, and we have seen years of data that does not bode well for that curriculum. We anticipate that pre-pilot training for Carnegie will need to deeply emphasize the intention behind the program's scope and sequence and instructional design. That said, we truly believe Carnegie is the right choice for piloting. Our goal here is to eventually adopt a program that will move the needle in our district and push student outcomes forward in math, even if that program might be the less comfortable choice for us at first.
Instructional coherence across grade spans was not a primary driver of any of our pilot recommendations, but it is worth noting today as a significant secondary consideration. Coherence and alignment across grade spans were embedded in both of the district must-haves and nice-to-haves. In our schools currently, from kindergarten through Algebra 2, math teachers use materials from 4 different publishers, and in our middle schools and high schools, teachers do not even share a common program across grade levels or courses. This will be the first time this district has ever piloted the same math program across all 3 grade spans. It is incredible that this student-centered, equity-focused, data-driven process has brought us to this monumental milestone. There is no telling what coherence and alignment across our district buildings to this extent will do for our student outcomes. Strong K-12 alignment and instructional approaches would support everything from consistent instructional routines and expectations in math to student transitions from building to building to overall alignment to the 2023 math framework. Here are the district's final pilot selections for kindergarten through Algebra 2 across elementary, middle, and high schools, both comprehensive and alternative for the 2026-2027 school year. Really wants you to see that. Okay. Before piloting begins in fall of 2026, the district adoption leadership team will need to complete several key steps. My office will spend the next several weeks finalizing our publisher contracts, coordinating pre-pilot training for teachers at all grade spans, and securing pilot materials and licenses. The leadership team will also establish pilot structures, including data collection tools, timelines, and systems to ensure consistent, usable feedback across each 9-week pilot. Unbound Ed is already helping us to get this work started. Finally, our district math TOSAs are in the process of developing a coherent K-12 pilot scope and sequence plan for each grade level and course. This will ensure instructional alignment and support meaningful comparisons across programs. We're excited for this huge step forward in our district in math. To close our presentation today, I want to share something that Marissa, our facilitator from Unbound Ed, said to us at the beginning of this process that has stuck with all of us. Effective teachers can design effective instruction even without high quality materials. But what a powerful thing it is to give our teachers something high quality, to remove that burden from their shoulders so that they can focus on the thing that they do best, teaching our students. Thank you.
Wow, that was, and the board recognizes that there's so much work. I mean, you're trying to represent all of this in 35 slides and in this time slot. And I know the board agrees with me that we really do greatly appreciate all the work that goes into this presentation. You're trying to put a lot in front of us in a short amount of time. I can't imagine how the board could have any questions, but let's see if they do. Does anyone want to speak to this or any questions? Jody? Jody?
Well, I'm such a math nerd, so I kind of nerded out over, first of all the numbers and data and how you were using all this data. Very cool. And for a math pilot. And I reflect on the fact that we have a pretty experienced board, which is not common in all districts. So I remember about 10 years ago when we brought on the last math curriculum, at least for elementary, and all of the fun things that it had, I was super excited about. So it's interesting now to come around again on this. And you guys put in so much work, so much effort from so many people, which I really appreciate. And I also really appreciate that when you were getting towards the end and you had multiple choices that, this one's better with this and this one's better than that. And you made some good decisions of what really to look at. You had all these different criteria and okay, of all of those criteria, which is really important, in addition to just having those must-haves. But I also found it interesting at first to see that we already use Amplify in some of our classrooms. And at first I was thinking, did that give it an advantage because maybe some teachers were already familiar with it, but then that was a serious disadvantage for Savvis, which we also use, which got it, some negative scores. So I was just sort of curious if if having it, already using bits and pieces, if that influenced the decision, and did that matter? Just, I don't know. It was an interesting observation.
One of our TOSAs looks very excited to answer this question, so I will invite Rachel Feinstein up to answer the question for you.
I am very excited to answer this question. So we primarily are only using Amplify in our middle schools. So which is interesting because when you look at that middle school data, Carnegie is clearly their first choice. So I would say that I don't think it influenced it. I would also say that there are teachers who have struggled to adjust their teaching style to match the pedagogical stance of Desmos. And even their rankings objectively were very fair and in line with the people who are loving Amplify. So I would say pretty wholeheartedly, very confidently that that was not in biasing people's opinions.
Well, I would just follow from that to say, whichever of these programs we end up with, a lot of training is going to be critical for their success.
Very much so.
Kathy, are you next? Did you have a question? Vicky?
Thank you so much, and thank you for that segue, Trustee Muirhead, because I think one of my questions that I have, even though it's kind of getting a little ahead of the game, is what can the board do to support the actual use of the curriculum that you're going to ask us to buy? Because we buy curriculum a lot, and as parents of kids currently in the system, some of us know how much we use our curriculum or do not use our curriculum. And so I wonder what your thoughts are. We're going to go through all this effort to choose a new curriculum. What do we need to do so this curriculum is actually used?
I think there's a few parts to that. I think that over the course of the next 5 years in alignment with the North Star strategic plan, we are working on ensuring that standards-based board-adopted curriculum is being used in all of our classrooms. One way that we do that is through TOSAs providing coaching support in our classrooms so that they can go in and provide feedback and help and assistance for our teachers to successfully implement new curriculum, because as you mentioned, Trustee Muirhead, it is a learning curve and there's a lot of training that needs to go along with it. In addition, since all the principals are here right now for the SIPSAs, it's probably a great opportunity to tell them that over the course of the coming years, they're going to be more involved in our instructional leadership work moving forward. And so they're going to have responsibility as well for ensuring our curriculum is used in our classrooms as well. I think that we are moving forward with expectations that everybody is using board adopted curriculum to ensure that we are providing equity in all classrooms and equity of access for students to common curriculum to ensure positive outcomes for students.
Thank you. And I'm just saying that's kind of been the culture of our district. It's not anyone's fault. It's just kind of been our culture of we used what we've wanted to use. And as a parent, that can be pretty frustrating. One of the things that seemed to be in the presentation and documentation is common assessments.
Yes. Yes.
Can you speak a little bit more about that?
It's very exciting, isn't it? We've been talking a lot over the course of this year and moving into next year about wanting to get everybody on the same page. And we've been talking about the need for additional data so that we can monitor the progress of our students as we go throughout the year. We've talked about as well that looking at CAS scores, while important, and useful and a public measure, that is a lagging indicator. So it doesn't necessarily help our teachers improve their teaching in the moment in the classrooms, right? So both of these programs have common formative assessments, common assessments attached to them that we will be studying and, testing out, piloting, with hopes that we will be utilizing those across all of our classrooms so that we can monitor student progress as we go and make adjustments based on the needs of our students as we go.
Trustee Ryan, did you have anything?
Not anything, oh, sorry. Oh, sorry.
So this was only for until Algebra 2, but are we looking at those textbooks beyond those grades?
That's a good question. My assumption, go ahead on that. Well, my assumption is you get into.
No, you don't.
No, but because there isn't state adopted books for all of those, we had to look outside at different things. So they don't all, they're not all the same publishers. We're looking at different publishers based on what was available, but all of those higher level classes are piloting 2 different books or 2 different publishers. We have more.
So those courses, the compacted Algebra 2 with trig pre-calculus, trig, and on-level statistics went through a very similar process. There are much fewer publishers at those levels. So it was just one pullout day, but they had a more abridged version of the review tool that they went through and then came to consensus that day on what they wanted to pilot.
So are they piloting this year as well?
Yes.
And that was any of their information in this report? Or was that just going to be brought to the board surprise in the fall? I mean, it seems like we're doing a full math continuum, but we only got the short version.
Yes, we can bring more information at a future meeting or
Thank
share
you.
it through a board.
Or
report.
you just send it through a board
A
report, the whole bookend.
Yep, fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. We were focused on the main portion of it tonight, so we will get the rest of it to you. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay,
And thank you to the team for helping with that.
Yeah.
For you?
Mhm.
Okay, so I was given a note that Andy Ratterman is unable to use his raised hands feature. I think Michelle had something. Michelle?
I was just very quick.
Yeah. Michelle
Yeah,
first.
I'm just gonna be very quick.
Jim, can you hear me?
Just wait a minute, Andy. So I just wanted to thank you for the presentation and all the details. I mean, not just the presentation, but like all of the work behind this. As a former math teacher myself, who I think I didn't pilot, but my co-teacher did pilot. And so working together kind of to hear about a pilot, I know how much work is involved with that. So there's still more work coming as we've narrowed it down now, but and did a lot of work to narrow it down. And then it'll be interesting to see how things go. Echoing the comments about really looking forward to kind of getting everyone on the same page with curriculum will be exciting. So thank you so much for all of the work.
Next up is Andy and then Kathy.
Yeah, thank you very much. The review process that you've used appears to be very thoughtful, teacher-driven. I like that it aligns with the mathematics framework. I'm hearing an echo. Are you as well?
No, we are not hearing an echo.
Excellent. So one of my questions is, and I don't want this to seem insulting in any way at all, but it seems to me that there's a few times when in one's career learning math, there's a few spots where people fall behind, and if they don't get that material, they don't recover. One of them is in 3rd to 6th grade, getting fractions, proportional reasoning, number sense, that kind of thing down. And the second one is algebra readiness and algebra, which is grades 7 and 9. And so I wondered in the process of this thorough event is whether or not there was any assessment of whether any of these programs are particularly good at those 2 transitional points where we sometimes lose students, and they're, if you don't have algebra, you're never going to do calculus, for instance. Am I the only one talking?
No, we're back. We just wanted to say that some of that will come out in the pilot process as teachers are trying out those materials at those critical points and in those critical grade spans. But also another thing that I think is helpful to this is that coherence that we were talking about before, because the times that you're talking about are really those transition points between elementary and middle school and high school. And if we're using a consistent curriculum that has consistent routines, consistent vocabulary, that should help with those transition points.
Well, fantastic. That's what I'd like to learn. You know, I've been beating up everybody who will listen to me, in particular the superintendent, about academic achievement. And it's an area where I have a lot of passion right now. I'm excited about the opportunity that this adoption presents. And I want to make sure that when we kick it off, we see demonstrative benefits from it, not just small incremental ones. I want to see us really move that needle. Thank you.
Next up is Kathy, then Bonnie.
Multitasking. So I just want to say, I had a note from a parent today, and to very proud parent to say that their child scored a 2,700 on their math end of year testing. And needless to say, I thought the quote that you gave, Chandra, about effective teachers can create effective instruction. I just want to say, obviously, y'all are being very effective. So I just want to give you that shout out, because obviously it's wonderful what the child achieved. But I appreciate the presentation. I appreciate the in-depth analysis that has been done to make sure that the district gets the right program, and that more importantly, it's something that will be, it's collaborative. It can there's a continuum. I think that's really important. And I'll tell you one of the reasons why, and I don't know if any of you saw the article that was in the Chronicle today and also and in some other papers about the UCs are having issues with students not being prepared for college math. And the professors are going back to middle school math to bring them up to speed. So I think it's wonderful, that we're identifying this now, and to make sure that, again, I know one of our goals is that our children are going to be college ready. So this is the way to make sure that our children are college ready and ready for UCs. And let me see, I think there was one more thing that I wanted to add there, but anyway, I'm glad that there will be follow-up. I think that's really important as well. And just continue to make sure that, Santa Clara is on the right path and working together. So thank you for all the work that you've done.
No, I agree with you. Chandra's introduction was powerful. That was really quite good. So we have Bonnie.
Thanks, Trustee Canova. Thank you all for the presentation. Can you, if you're able, talk a bit about the review in each of the programs about assessments and your kind of what you all did with looking at those and what that are provided with the different programs, and how they might function for teachers as a potential replacement for iReady.
Rachel sat in that chair specifically to answer all of your technical questions. So we're very appreciative that she's here.
So one of our indicators, as you saw through the presentation and also in the board report, is purely around assessment. I think there were 3 indicators within that priority area. And so both curriculums, Carnegie and iReady, have their own benchmarking system, in addition to a full traditional assessment suite that you would find in classrooms. So they all have exit tickets embedded and other formative assessments, and then end of unit summative assessments. I will say that one thing that was extremely different in reviewing all these materials than it was previously is that within high quality instructional materials, the assessment isn't as important as what you do with that data. And so all the publishers and what we looked for was the support around implementing that data using it effectively to address student strengths and where they need to improve prior to moving on to the next unit. And so what that means is there isn't a traditional like test item bank that you find with some more traditional curriculums, because the guidance for how to use that data is so clear. So that the assessments, I would say, in both programs are very robust in terms of their benchmarking system and their traditional exit tickets for formative assessment, mid-unit assessments, and summative assessments as well.
I think, Damon, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah.
No.
Oh, sorry, one more thing. We're all going to have the teachers, in addition to piloting the curriculum, they're also piloting the benchmark assessments. So we want to make sure that, you know, the chapter 1 test or the unit 1 test or module, I think is one of our curriculums, right? Right. They're going to be working on the beginning of the year, mid-year, and depending on when they're piloting, they might do the beginning or the mid, but that is part of the pilot process too. We want to make sure that those benchmarks are great, and then also how the programs give you guidance for using that data in your classroom.
That is super exciting. I appreciate that. Particularly given that one of the things that I've heard from certain of our staff members is that iReady is not particularly well aligned to our curriculum as it stands now. And so hearing that these programs come with robust assessments that can really be used to benchmark progress and really get a sense of how our students are doing in real time is wonderful to hear.
And if I could just add one more thing, Cameron Lewis is a part of our district adoption leadership team to make sure that this is integrated and seamless.
So I believe every member of the board has had a chance to speak to this. Does anyone want to have another bite at the apple? Okay, Kathy does.
Very quickly, I remembered what I wanted to say. I know, I mean, as much as this is an important program. Oh, thank you. Thank you. So, but as part of the curriculum, I know there are some after-school programs that are already implemented. That is there a way that we can, or that the school district will look at how, you know, this math curriculum during the day can be implemented in programs after school? Like I think some schools are using, I want to say Math Kangaroo, I believe it is. And to make sure, again, you know, that the students are getting the best academic opportunity, you know, to really focus on the math and really get it embedded.
Yes, I'm going to actually talk about that in my next presentation on the LCAP a little bit, but I'll preview it here so that I don't have to spend as much time on it there. Our elementary schools have been working with the ELOP program and bringing some math work into the ELOP after school programs on our campuses. I know that one of our TOSAs, Julie, has gone in and modeled a lot of lessons and tried to help our after school providers learn how to work with students with our math programs so that we can have added time with students around math. In terms of Math Kangaroo, I did meet with a group of parents just last week, or maybe it was this week, I don't know, I've lost track of time, about Math Kangaroo. We sort of talked a little bit about the 4 or 5 schools that they're doing Math Kangaroo at right now, which is a parent-led volunteer kind of program, sort of similar to a Math Olympiad, but different at some of our schools. And so I did have a conversation with those parents about it, and we're sort of looking more into it before determining next steps.
Thank you for that presentation. And although it's a little early to do so, 10 o'clock's not too far away. Would the board entertain doing a motion to extend our meeting to something reasonable right now? So it's done. We have some big presentations ahead of us. Do I have a motion?
For something not reasonable.
Don't go 1 in the morning, like 11:30, midnight.
Can I suggest that we wait until about 10:15? We don't have to make the decision until 10:30 so we can see how far we've gotten on this.
Sure, sure. Just keep it on our radar.
Yeah.
Okay, so thank you for that presentation. So next up is the I2, the 2026-2027 single plans for student achievement. Do we have a presentation for that?
We never do. Okay. Just thank you.
There's no presentation for that.
No.
SIPSIS.
I'm sorry, correct. SIP says no, there's never any presentation for that.
So now we're moving to J1.
To ask for comments or questions.
Any comments or questions? Vicky?
I would just like to thank the principals and their leadership teams for all their hard works on their SIPSAs and for coming tonight, as they're always voluntold to do, and having to sit here. And hopefully now that this agenda item will be done, they can all go home.
Jody?
Oh, yeah, I wanted to echo that. Thank you, Trustee Fairchild, that appreciate all of you for being here tonight. And also, in addition to staff, there's also parents who are on these committees, and I really appreciate that they are taking the time to participate. I saw at one of the back to school nights, a principal chasing down a parent to get them to sign off on the SIPSA. So, you know, I know the whole process is, you're all looking like it must be you. The whole process is time consuming but super important. So appreciate all the work.
The other board members want to speak to this? And I don't have any. To J1, the public hearing and presentation for the 2026-2027 annual update to the 2024 through 2027 LCAP, 2026 federal addendum, and 2026 LCAP budget overview for parents.
Okay. Here we go again. I'm sorry that you're having to listen to me talk so much this evening, but we're excited to be here to present the 2026-27 and the 2025-2026 annual update for the 2024 to 2027 3-year LCAP. In addition to the budget overview for parents, in addition to providing you with the annual update information, we will also be giving you information about what the 2026-2027 school year LCAP will look like. This work has been a team effort, and I'm grateful to the team that supported this work over the course of the last several months. That team included all of our Ed Services managers, Shani Yam, the Director of Fiscal Services, and many of our TOSAs throughout the district. This evening, Cameron Lewis, Director of Data Assessment and Accountability, and Shani Yam, Director of Fiscal Services, will assist me with the presentation. This public hearing, as you know, and the presentation is required by California Education Code to occur annually prior to the meeting at which the LCAP is presented for board action. That board action, the board will be asked to take action on June 11th at that board meeting. Over the course of the last several months, I have thoroughly enjoyed the opportunity to collaborate with Director Lewis and our community on this LCAP. There are many wonderful things about our LCAP. When I inherited it, I realized that it was thoughtful and well organized. And Director Lewis and I also realized that we're excited about the fact that in the coming school year, we will be writing a new LCAP for the 2027 to 2030 3-year plan cycle. And we're excited to write that plan that is aligned with our North Star strategic plan and is committed to a long-term focus. Because of the numerous transitions and changes that we have navigated over the course of this school year, including welcoming a new superintendent, a lower overall LCAP budget by approximately $834,000 for the coming year due to the lower number of unduplicated students, in terms of their enrollment, and of course, the impacts of right sizing. There are more tweaks to this LCAP than we would typically see in the third year of a cycle. Ultimately, though, that is okay. An LCAP, just like our SIPSAs, are living documents, but we are looking forward to teaming up with the Santa Clara Unified community and with the board and with our schools and our staff to write a new streamlined LCAP with meaningful metrics that supports the improvement of outcomes for all students with a specific focus on our unduplicated students. So as an overview, excuse me, during tonight's presentation, we will remind you and the community what the LCAP is. We will highlight some of the noticeable differences in the plan from the previous year. We will provide an overview of the annual update by goal, and we will provide an overview of the actions, metrics, investments, and budget expenditures for the 2026-2027 LCAP. And then we will finish by having Shani review the budget overview for parents. The Local Control and Accountability Plan, the LCAP, serves as the district's primary vehicle for communicating how our resources are allocated to drive positive student outcomes. Specifically, our plan outlines strategic investments in programs and services designed to support our student body with a very dedicated focus on our English learners, our socioeconomically disadvantaged students, foster youth, and students experiencing homelessness. The development and continuous refinement of the LCAP rely on the active engagement, input, and feedback of our staff and our community partners. So I would like to thank our DAC and our DLAC and our Student Senate and all of the other groups that we were able to work with this year to obtain feedback from them during this process. So many slides, we might. All right, there are three components of the LCAP that are required by California Ed Code to be included in tonight's public hearing. We do not go into great detail about the federal addendum in tonight's presentation. However, it is a part of the public hearing and it's attached to the agenda. The document is a supplemental section of the LCAP that LEAs must complete to demonstrate how they utilize any federal title funds. The document aligns with and supports our LCAP goals and actions, and also ensures that we are compliant with federal and state mandate that include the distribution of Title II funds to participating private schools. I'm sorry. Just a quick recap about our state LCAP, our 8 state LCAP priorities. As you know, LEAs are required to address the 8 state priorities within our LCAP. The 8 priorities serve as a common accountability lens across the California districts by focusing resources on what research shows matters most for our student success, on closing opportunity gaps for our unduplicated student populations, for connecting spending to the outcomes, by requiring that we show how dollars translate into results, by inviting community voice into the conversation, and by providing transparency so that the public can see exactly what a district is prioritizing and why, especially for these specialized populations. Together, the priorities address the whole student experience, from whether the lights are on and a credentialed teacher is in the room, all the way to whether every child feels safe, engaged, and on a path to graduation and beyond. Oh, thank you. Oh, thank you. I'm going to put the clicker down. All right. This shows the timeline that we've utilized this year to gather input and feedback, and the timeline, the development timeline. As you can see, we're at the bottom of our timeline right now. We're in the May to June section of our timeline. As we know, the year is quickly coming to a close. So over the course of the next several weeks, for the last several weeks, excuse me, we've been working closely with our partners at the Santa Clara County Office of Education as they've reviewed and made recommendations to improve our LCAP both overall and as it relates specifically to our actions, metrics, and budget. We would be remiss, I would say, if we did not take the opportunity to thank Kimberly Bradley, Deanne Walsh, and Yen Lamb for all of their help and guidance during this process, because you know those SCCOE people get forgotten. So it's always nice to appreciate them every once in a while. They work hard for us. So thank you to them. As you know, tonight's public hearing and the LCAP draft remains available on the website until June 4th for public comment. And we are closing it on June 4th so that we can make any appropriate changes before the next board agenda posts on January 5th. Once the board approves the LCAP on January 11th, we will submit it to the county office for final feedback and approval. All right, so did I say June? Oh. Okay, you guys, I'm so sorry. I will slow down a little bit. I am vacillating between slowing down and going faster because I know everybody's tired. So I'll find the balance in the middle. Thanks. We wanted to take this opportunity to share some differences that you may have noticed as you read through the LCAP in preparation for tonight's meeting. The first big difference is the inclusion of recommendations for one-time learning recovery emergency block grant funds that we received this year. The total amount received that must be expended by June 2028 is $672,585. We are required to outline the plan for using those funds in our LCAP, and we've done so in the reflections and annual performance portion of our LCAP. We've also included information about that in each action where appropriate. Because this is one-time money, we are being thoughtful and strategic about how we are using these funds and are making sure to remain in compliance with the allowable uses provided by the state. So there are 7 different ways that we would like to use these funds. The first way is by hiring a temporary 0.5 FTE EL support teacher to pilot some specific targeted interventions for newcomers and LTEL English learners at the elementary level to help accelerate their progress in closing achievement gaps in their language proficiency. We'd also like to fund multiple pupil assessments and assessment tools in order to provide our teachers, like we were talking before during the math presentation, our teachers, administrators, and other student-facing staff with access to students' areas of growth and areas of need in order to inform our instruction. So we're going to utilize it to pay for Amplified DIBELS, which is a required screener by the state, Learning Genie, which supports the use of our DRDP assessment, which is also required by the CDE. And we're also going to use it for Renaissance DNA, which has allowed us to begin the process of aligning assessments and learning tools within our curriculum. It has enabled some of our teams at the secondary level to begin building common assessments, but it's not the perfect solution. So we are looking at other tools to that will improve our ability to help build common assessments across our teams. But right now, Renaissance is what we're using. So we're going to use this money to implement it for the next year as we look at other options as well. In addition, we want to use this money to continue our work with Unbound Ed, which is the consultant that has helped us with the math pilot process. They will help us complete the math pilot process and begin the ELA pilot process that comes soon after the math pilot process is done. They have helped us create this wonderful in-depth process. So we'd like to continue using them for the next 3 years or so. In addition, we've moved safety care training into the LREGB fund because it is an evidence-based training that helps teams reduce and safely respond to behavioral crises in our classrooms. Additionally, we would like to use some of this money to help us with our cultural competency work. As many of you know, over the course of the last several years, we have heard from both our community and our staff and our students that we need more trainings on bringing culturally relevant conversations and activities into our schools so that we can ensure that our populations see themselves represented at school on a day-to-day basis. In addition, this work also is relevant to our ongoing conversations around Board Policy 6144, controversial issues. We would also like to utilize some of this funding to continue working at a much reduced way with Dragonfly Forward to continue the MTSS work that we started and delved deeply into this year. As you know, MTSS is a big part of the strategic plan moving forward. So we would like to utilize some of their resources to help the district leadership team guide this work. They will no longer be in district with us, as we'll be leading all of the PDs and trainings and work group work that we're doing, but we would like some time with them to just sort of organize that work and get their feedback on it as we move forward so we can do it efficiently and effectively. And then the final part is a little bit confusing. We're using it to pay for a portion of the 0.6 FTE school site TOSA that will be at Community Day School. They, this year and in recent years, have had a 1.0. Through right sizing, it has been reduced to a 0.6 FTE at Community Day. They are using about $51,000, all of their equity multiplier funding, to pay for a portion of the 0.6 FTE. And then we'd like to use the LREBG funds to pay for the rest of the FTE. All right, so the total amount being utilized from the funds is $627,000 plus a little change. The remaining $55,000+ will be used and can be used in the 27-28 school year. Also, another difference that you may have noticed in here is that we took a different approach to collecting input from the larger community this year, because last year, I think we sent out a community-wide survey and there were very few results from that. The assumption on why there were few results was because people felt like it was already, the plan was already in progress. And so they felt perhaps that their input wasn't important. So we did utilize the hundreds plus pieces of input collected through Dr. Wright's 100-day listening and learning tour. We utilize input regarding the right sizing effort and input collected at the multiple strategic planning sessions that occurred over the course of the spring. We must have met and listened to hundreds of people, maybe even over 1,000 people, and a lot of the input that we received from them was applicable to the work that we're doing in our LCAP. As I stated earlier, we of course also worked with DAC and DLAC and the student superintendent, in addition to site administrators and managers. As I stated earlier, the draft is currently published for public comment. When I checked the survey on that last night, there were 5 results, five pieces of input that we had shared. So that will stay open for another couple of days. As we go through the rest of this presentation, we will provide some updates and changes to about the changes to actions, metrics, and expenditures and staffing as applicable. All right, next slide, please. Thank you. As the board may recall, in February, we provided you with a mid-year progress report on this year's LCAP annual update. It was pretty late though, so maybe you don't remember, which was also required by law now. So tonight we are presenting final student outcome metrics and any variance in our planned or actual expenditures and any changes to actions that we have in the plan. In the interest of time, we're only going to be sharing highlights from our final outcome metrics because, as you probably noticed, there are very, 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 very many of them. The full list of data is in the actual LCAP annual update that was attached to the board agenda. So I invite you to peruse that in depth at your leisure. As a reminder to the board and the public, and to put things into some perspective, the LCAP accounts for directly about $12.5 million, or about 3% of the district's overall budget. And these funds are generated based on the enrollment of students who are a focus of the LCAP, are unduplicated students. We will begin reviewing information about LCAP goal number 1. As you remember, goal 1 is focused on the academic achievement and accelerating achievement of our historically underserved student groups to narrow our opportunity gaps. All right, the purpose of this first expenditure slide is to share whether our spending for this year is on track with each goal and action. To orient you to this slide and the others you will see like it in the presentation, in the first column, you have your goal actions. Column 2 shows the 25-26 investment for that action and LCAP funds that were used. The next year is the budgeted expenditures and the year-to-date expenditures in the final column there. Listed here are our 9 actions for goal 1. You'll notice that 8 out of the 9 actions do utilize, are considered contributing, and that means that they utilize our targeted funds to benefit our unduplicated students. For 7 out of the 8 contributing actions, spending is exactly on track. So I have to give credit to our fiscal partners because it's pretty darn close. It's very, very impressive. And as someone who has read about 31 out of 31 districts LCAPs, it's not always close like that. So shout out to Shani on her budgeting. So thank you. The one item that remains behind in spending is action 1.2, which we spoke about in February. That was the during the school day tutoring that we tried this year. I shared with you in February that it wasn't successful because there was a high turnover rate. It was complex onboarding these people, external staff into our unique situations. So we will not be continuing with that. But also, as I shared in February, the success with the Cat Paws program at McDonald High School and Agnew has continued to be a success, so much so that Principal Horry has actually turned it into a class for next year, so students can get credit for it. And interim principal Bertrand at Agnew has found a kinder teacher to lead the work at the elementary level. So we will continue to invest in it, and it's pretty exciting to see the success, the excitement, and the engagement of both the older and the younger students. Additionally, we will be reinstating the opportunity for teachers to provide before or after school tier 2 support for students with the highest need, with some very specific guidelines around that as it relates to literacy, ELD, and or math. All right, our next slide goes into information about actions and investments. In the first column there, we have our actions. The second column, as you can see, is the investment that we make as it relates to each of the actions, and then the budgeted expenditure for 26-27. In this one, you will see that 1.5 is our only non-contributing action. And so we're not using our targeted funds because they it's for CTE and it's designed to support all of our students. So we use other funding sources such as the CTEIG grant to support this action. So I want to share a little bit about each action, what we've done this year, and as it relates to the action, and if there are any changes on that for the coming year. So in action 1, that's our big one. So this is the one I'll talk the most about. It's all about our professional learning. In our English language arts at the secondary level this year, teachers engaged in year-long professional learning focused on reading. The work was reinforced through district-wide writing performance tasks for grades 6 through 11. And there was also subsequent outside of the district days of learning collaboration and scoring sessions that helped them build a shared understanding of rigor and proficiency across sites as it related to the performance tasks. This work was supported through our TOSA-led observational rounds, department meetings, and one-on-one coaching, and focused on academic vocabulary, structured note-taking, and text interaction, and was compared to the writing performance task results to CASP outcomes. In math at the secondary level, sessions centered on the standards for mathematical practices, emphasizing also language in terms of student discourse, reasoning, and conceptual understanding, with teachers engaging in model lessons as learners and applying these practices through guided planning and coaching cycles focused on UDL and formative assessments. Also, our math pilot program, which we just talked about, served to further embed professional learning for our math teachers. At the elementary level, our K-2 teachers focus on strengthening early literacy through assessment and targeted teaching practices. They learned also how to use the DIBELS assessment to measure foundational reading skills and practice administering and scoring those assessments with fidelity so that all of them are implementing them successfully across the district. In grades 3 through 5, our teachers focused on strengthening students' writing to accelerate their learning and build readiness for extended writing tasks. The sessions emphasized self-regulated strategy development, or SRSD framework, that supported teachers in building cohesive instructional practices that connect daily writing to improve student outcomes. In 2026-27, so next year, all of our professional learning will be based on our Tier 1 instructional strategy of teacher clarity. During our district days of learning next year, we're sort of excited because all of our secondary teachers in grades 6 through 12 and student-facing classified staff members at all will be learning together about teacher clarity together. We're going to organize and cohort the grade spans by feeder school. So Huerta will be working with the McDonald teachers, Peterson will be working with the Wilcox teachers, and Buchser and Cabrillo will be at Santa Clara. And together, they're all going to be learning about teacher clarity through about learning intentions and success criteria for teacher clarity through the lens of ELD standards, because as we know, those standards are applicable across all content areas. So that's what they're going to be focusing on. At the K-5 level, teachers will be learning about teacher clarity through writing. That SRSD work that was started this year in 3rd through 5th will be expanded to our K-2 crowd, and so that all of those strategies can be used from K through 5 consistently across the grade levels. Also, as a reminder, this was the action where it includes the Unbound Ed LREBG funds. All right, action 1.2, I spoke about that already, so I won't speak about that anymore and repeat myself. For action 1.3, those are our literacy intervention teachers. For this school year, we had 16 FTEs, and they all provided Tier 2 and Tier 3 literacy support at 14 of our elementary schools across the district. In the coming year, the number of lit teachers will be reduced from 16 to 13 FTE, and we will determine what schools are served during the next school year based on our end of year reading data. So that work is in progress right now. For action 1.4, we talked a little bit about this earlier in February, but our summer school program happened, and I talked about it a little bit in the math program based on Trustee Watanabe's question. During the summer, in collaboration with our Expanded Learning Opportunities program, our credentials teachers provided 319 elementary students targeted small group instruction in math, language arts, and ELD. So that was during summer school, but they've also continued some of the math work into the regular school year as well. This coming summer, we will not be offering summer school options to our elementary students, which we've talked about before, unless they have an IEP due to decisions made through the right sizing conversation, and also because we didn't have a very consistent turnout for students because we were doing it through the ELOP program. And parents don't always take attending ELOP as seriously as they may, so there was some inconsistencies there. At the secondary level this past summer, 280 middle school students attended summer programs, and students scoring two or more grades below had priority registration. They were provided with embedded literacy and math in the morning, followed and complemented by enrichment activities in the afternoon to increase engagement. At the high school level, over 1,100 students were enrolled, and they recovered approximately 2,300 credits. Last year, we also hosted our ESY program, and we will host that program as well again this summer. ESY also provided a Pathfinder program for incoming 9th graders last summer. It's a 1-week program that focuses on preparing 9th graders for high school. So that was a nice bridge opportunity for those students. We had specialized programming for our multilingual students as well last summer. This summer, as we've talked about, we will continue to offer summer school for all of our ESY students who have it on their IEPs. We'll also offer an English Learner Academy for students in grades 6 through 12, and we will offer high school credit recovery options. Those classrooms are available to all students that need it in grades 9 through 12. I will skip ahead to action 1.6 and talk a little bit about how this year our school sites were provided with data analytics support to help guide the data inquiry around their problems of practice and SMART goals. We also provided data inquiry support at our site leadership team networking sessions, our SLT networking sessions. It was exciting to see this year at the SLT, our SLT teams dove into CHICS data together, and then they took a protocol back to their sites, and everybody at their sites worked on digging deeper into the Healthy Kids survey during the March District Day of Learning. So it was exciting to see something happening consistently across the district as it relates to digging into our data. In this action, we also added the LREBG funding for those assessments that I talked about earlier, and also Dragonfly Forward, because it does focus to a degree on our MTSS and data analysis work. In action 1.7, all of our PK and TK teachers went through Sobrato Early Learning Academic Language Training, SEAL training, which emphasizes affirming and enriching learning environments where students engage with rich, precise, expressive, and academic language across the curriculum. What's important here is that this program provides opportunities for strong family-school partnerships, alignment across our systems. At the secondary level, counselors and site teams have also implemented some tier 2 interventions under action 1.7 by using grade and progress monitoring data to identify ELs and long-term English learners, LTELs, for additional support, resulting in documented improvements such as reductions in our DNF rates and gains in performance levels. So for actions 1.8 and 1.9, which are in that bottom row, these are the actions where we distribute funding to sites for their site-specific targeted needs in academic, SEL, and behavioral areas. Our site administrators have had to make adjustments to their targeted spending plans based on reduced budgets because of our declining enrollment of unduplicated students. So the fact that we have $800,000 less in our LCAP this year also impacts our sites as well. And with that, I will turn the microphone over to Cameron to begin talking about metrics.
Alrighty, good evening, everyone. Cameron Lewis, Director of Data Assessment and Accountability. I'd like to just say good evening to the trustees in the room and those online. I'm going to do something that I haven't done in 4 years, and that is actually take just a moment to thank my team publicly for their support in putting together the metrics section of the LCAP. So there are 82 metrics in this document, most of which, as you know, are state required. And then we also have local metrics as well. And so it is a Herculean task to calculate those metrics, many of which are disaggregated by various student groups. I also wanted to appreciate our student trustee or our student senators who were here today. They did provide us with a winter 2026 report that has also found its way into the LCAP as well. So those findings are there. They're interesting, and we are looking to incorporate those as we explore student voice a little bit more. And then I also wanted to appreciate the math team that was just here for having such a very specific focus on assessments during the piloting process. And so that was very much appreciated.
I interrupt real quick. We love your metrics, but I just wanted to about our extending our meeting. So I'm going to look to Mark. How much time do you think you're going to need for your presentation, Mark?
Can you do it in 7?
Okay, so would a board member? Yeah, how much is left for the current
Well, then there's
presentation?
question.
So would a board member like to make a motion to extend the meeting?
I can't tell how long this presentation's going to be.
So we have another
I'm
hour.
gonna say maybe 2 hours, so maybe 12:15,
Let's do 12:30, make it even.
12:30,
Okay,
because we have just a few other things.
then make the motion.
Move to extend to 12:30.
Second, Rotterman.
All in favor?
No, you have to
Oh,
do roll call.
First roll call. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead,
Yes.
I say yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
She's still awake.
Okay.
I don't know that I will make it that long because it is 7 a.m., 7:15 here Friday morning. So, and I've been up since 2 a.m. So I might not make it much past these two presentations.
That's okay. You're on holiday. Go ahead.
Okay, these are the metrics associated with LCAP Goal 1. To orient you to the table, has been the process for presentations in the past, there are the LCAP actions there. And then there are the counted metrics associated with each one of them. And then in the far column to the right, you have just some call outs to what some of those key metrics are. So for instance, action 1.1, there are 12 metrics associated with that action. And then some examples are CASP scores, graduation, UC, CSU, and college and career indicator. So because that action 1.1 has the largest amount of metrics, again, you can see the entirety of the outcomes for the metrics in the attached LCAP. But for tonight's presentation, for just the focus, it is going to be on those associated with action 1.1, given the majority are there. So the next few graphs I'm going to show you are going to follow the same process, where the dotted yellow line at the very top represents the current 2026 target outcome. So again, we're coming up to the last year of this LCAP process, and that's where we decide as an organization, as our public, because this is a public accountability plan, whether or not we hit our targets. And so you can see that for ELA, our target is currently set at 75%, meeting and exceeding ELA standards. This is the last time you will see that said that way, meeting and exceeding, because the achievement level descriptors for the CASP has changed. And so now they are at proficient and advanced. So for anyone who is receiving their scores, I believe Trustee Watanabe had mentioned that our scores are coming back. So some students are getting them, but they will not be seeing meeting or exceeding. They will be seeing proficient or advanced. So that being said, what these graphs shows are the 2023 baseline results. So when we started this LCAP, when we wrote it, where were we? And then our year 1 results, which are in 2024, and then our year 2, which is what we're reporting tonight, right? So those are the 2025 results. The current testing that kids are doing right now will be our 2026 results. And so those are coming in shortly. Every one of these graphs has an overall chart that's there that shows the sort of the trajectory across that timeline. And then there is a success and a challenge that is called out. So overall, you can see, right, that this is information that was reported the last time we spoke about CASP, that we did see an uptick in our ELA scores of 0.96 percentage points from the baseline. But we did see, right, growth between the 2024 and 25 school years as well. Our Hispanic Latino identifying students, it's a similar trajectory in the sense that they saw growth and they are up from their baseline. Whereas, for instance, our English learner identifying population has seen a decline, right, for our ELA results since our baseline. All right.
Cameron,
Yes.
before if you wouldn't mind just going back, can I just ask a clarifying question? Make sure I
Absolutely.
understand that particular slide. You say the 2026 target outcome is 75%. And it's saying we're currently in 25 at 60.2%. So we need it to go up 15 percentage points in order to meet our target?
In order to meet the target, in order to meet the target that we set
And we set
when
this
we wrote this LCAP,
back in 22.
we set it back in 2024.
Okay.
Yes.
Any,
3 years ago, essentially, or almost 3 years ago.
okay. So no snide comments here.
And yeah, I'll just emphasize Mrs. Meltzer's comments earlier about, really being excited about this new strategic plan and some of the thoughtful processes that we've undertaken to set reasonable targets.
And in our next LCAP next year, where we're doing another 3-year, we would reassess all those target outcomes. right?
Correct. We report out our last year for these, which will be that 2026. That will have a dot. And then we simultaneously write our new 3-year plan with new targets.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. Okay, so moving on, we have math. And so I will start off by saying that it would be absolutely wonderful if the economically disadvantaged student group did in fact gain 11.56 percentage points. But in reviewing this, what I realized is that 37% was actually the ELA performance for the economically disadvantaged student group. And unfortunately, we are sitting at in my notes, apologies. We are sitting at 24.3% of our economically disadvantaged students who are meeting and exceeding math standards. So that was actually a decline, and so not a success for economically disadvantaged student groups. If I were to redo this chart, what we would have put in there would be our Hispanic Latino students who also saw gains in math as they did in ELA. But overall, right, our results have been slightly ticking up for the math performance meeting exceeding standards by 1.99 percentage points. And unfortunately, right, our English learners were one of the lowest performing student groups with a continued decline across the last few years, with a total decline of 2.19 percentage points from the baseline. And again, our outcome for that student group is also set at 65. So we would be looking to move from 49.5% meeting exceeding standard to 65% with this most recent results, with what is currently written in the LCAP. Okay, and then the next slide looks at our science results. And so science, year over year, we have been improving. I know that this graph shows that the overall district is at 42.1 and 42.1 again, but rounding, we did go up a little bit in our 2024 results. And then, of course, we have our 3-year high here at 46.6% of our students, which is an increase of 4.51 from the baseline. We are much closer to our science target than ELA and math. And then we did see increases for, again, our Hispanic Latino student group of plus 5.10 from the baseline. We did see some wobble with our homeless population, which could be expected with such a small number of students, but we did reduce, right? In the year 1 outcome, we did come back up for our year 2 outcome, but we are still 3 percentage points lower from the baseline when we started. Okay. And then for the UC CSU 4-year cohort adjusted rate. So this is our students who are graduating, right? Having met the UC CSU requirements in that 4-year cohort. You can see that our overall numbers, right, did decline most recently from the 2024 rates. We are well below our current target of 60%. But we are seeing some interesting movement with our economically disadvantaged students where we, in the LCAP, you report the difference from your baseline. And so that's why it is a positive 0.5, but you can see that that is a slight reduction from the year prior. And then with our students with disabilities, it's a similar sort of story where we did see a slight uptick, right, between the most 2 recent years for our UC CSU requirements, but that was a decline, right, from our 2023 results. So we are still not, how I would say this is that we made progress this last year, but we're still below where we started out with at our baseline. Okay, so now these next 2, unlike the other ones where we showed a success and a challenge, these are, because we're only talking about our unduplicated pupil student groups, they're all shown here. And so this is in relation to a component of the career and college indicator, which talks about preparedness. And so whereas the last slide looked at UC CSU, this one incorporates other things like CTE, pathway completion. And so this is higher because those, we have more students, right, who are completing CTE in addition to meeting some of those UC CSU requirements. And so you can see for this one, overall, right, we have been increasing our percent of graduates who are considered prepared over the last few years. We are near our target of 75% at 70.7%. And that is an increase of 3.6 from our baseline. Also seeing increases for our economically disadvantaged students. And then our students with disabilities. So there was a slight little tick down, but we are up above our baseline for that student group as well. And the same with our homeless youth. So this is really a looking good across the board, and it is encompassing multiple things, including dual enrollment. So like the award of the recognition that was presented today is also contributing to our results here. Okay, so this is the percent of unduplicated students who are participating in before and after school, but specifically the ELOP program. And so the story here, right, is that we are up from our baseline across all of our student groups that we're looking at, but we are lower than our 2024 results for our economically disadvantaged students and our English learners. We did see quite the increase for our foster youth, but again, because we're talking about such a small population of kids, that most likely is just a data blip for the year. But again, you can see the overall story is that we are, again, nowhere near our target outcome of 60% enrollment within those programs for these student groups, but we are up from our baseline.
Okay, so we're gonna get on to move on to LCAP goal number 2, which focuses on student wellness as it relates to SEL and behavioral supports that we provide to our students in order to prepare them for our futures, for their futures. This slide just shows that there are 6 actions in goal 2, and our budgeted expenditures were on track for all 3 contributing actions. Next slide. We're going faster this time. All right. For goal 2, I'm going to talk just a little bit about 3 of our actions. I'm going to talk a little bit about action 2.1, which refers to the MTSS work that we've committed to over the course of the next couple of years and have been working on over the course of the last couple of years. Through our strategic plan, it's exciting to see that we will continue to commit to this work moving forward. During this school year, we continued to host our MTSS/SOS work group meetings. I was excited to see that we were able to refine our definitions for MTSS Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 so that we can have some common definitions and begin or continue to build that common language across the district and socialize those definitions so everybody's utilizing the same ones as we continue to dig deeper into this work. In addition, we completed an overview MTSS model for SCUSD. All of these things will be placed on our website on the MTSS page. And in addition, we created a glossary in this work group, and that glossary will be used with our strategic plan because we talked about having a glossary of all of the EduSpeak on the back of the strategic plan. So we are excited to see some of the consistency and alignment between the work that's happening out in the field and here at the district office as well. We've had some very productive discussions as well in this work group about what our Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 teaming structures look like across the district. We've talked a lot about where the gaps are, and over the course of the coming year in our DLT sessions, we're going to work on building common expectations for what Tier 1, Tier 2, and Tier 3 teams look like at all of our sites. Also, just as an FYI, this action is one that is impacted by right sizing. We are going from 2 MTSS coaches to 1 MTSS coach for the coming school year. Additionally, safety care has been bumped into this action 2.1 because we are continuing to build those tiered systems of support around academic, social, emotional, and behavioral supports. And that safety care is being paid for through those LREBG funds. Quickly around action 2.4, our student services team worked to continue their focus on attendance and student engagement this year. And
If I
just
look at these LCAP,
one of exciting little story about that is that this year our attendance liaison has partnered with Wilcox to provide attendance education to families with poor student attendance. And the school wanted to take a more proactive and more restorative approach to dealing with attendance issues this year. So they partnered with student services, and their sessions have been extremely well attended by over 55 families per session. So it's been extremely successful and potentially is a model that we can look at for other schools as well as we move forward. Our student services group and the rest of the district office will continue to be looking and monitoring attendance through our differentiated assistance work. And then just for action 2.5, during our 25-26 school year, our co-teachers did meet 3 times over the course of the year to share practices in co-teaching and modified grading and learn about UDL. We worked with our Stanford RPLP, Research Practice Learning Partnership, and to continue this work this year. We just had a great conversation with them yesterday and today, talking about how we will continue to dig into co-teaching and improve the structures that are in place to help our teachers and staff and ultimately our students be successful in this important work. All right, I said I was going to go faster, so I'll turn it back over to Cameron.
Okay, so I will follow suit. So the metrics for goal 2 are here. And again, the majority of the metrics you can see there are under action 2.1, which is the action that's associated with our MTSS coaches. Unlike in the previous one where we focused all of our data in just that area, this next one will be more of a look across our various actions for this goal. I do want to note that some of the actions that did need to change were in relation to the DRS survey data that we had collected the year prior. We did not collect DRS survey data this school year. We are looking into how to do that legally and efficiently so that we can gather that individual level student data. But this year, we did have to replace those metrics with our California Healthy Kids survey data. And so that is what you will find under action 2.6 as it relates to students' feelings around safety. So that's just one example of a change that happened there. When we look at the metrics, so the select metrics for this goal, one of which it would be suspension. You can see again, over the course of this LCAP, from our baseline 2023 to our most recent reported results in 2025, you can see that our suspensions as a district in that dark blue has slightly ticked up. And it is because of that, it is above our target of 1.5% of students suspended. And remember, as this is the suspension indicator, we want to see this going down, not up. And so, but for our Pacific Islander identifying population, you can see that they have had quite the reduction in the suspension rate, and they are actually at their target. Now, in juxtaposition, we have our homeless youth, which Ms. Meltzer just mentioned. We are in differentiated assistance this year. Extra, or what is it called, Dr. Knable, or hyper differentiated assistance? Yes, because it's been a consecutive 3-year identification for that student group. But I did want to note, right, that the team is focused on bringing down these suspension rates that you see here at the 11.9. We have had success in our differentiated assistance work. We did see, as a part of that chronic absenteeism reduction, that was hard work done by the differentiated assistance team and our department that took us out of differentiated assistance for chronic absenteeism for that group. And then also with our special education students, we did see increases in our performance when that was the focus. So we are excited and ready to do the same for our homeless population during our new efforts. Okay, these two metrics. So the one on the left is in relation to staff participating in equity, diversity, and anti-bias training. And so just as a note, it is a positive that we are seeing an increase thanks to additional efforts to provide new trainings to our staff. We are still a ways away from that 100% target that we set for ourselves in 2026, but we still have time to hit that. And then to the right, we have a metric associated with action 2.3 that's looking at the number of classroom presentations conducted by school counselors and wellness coordinators. So this is a combined count here. you can see that this number has been climbing steadily. I do want to note, though, that this is being counted by individual kids that are receiving the classroom presentations. So it's a student count, not necessarily classroom specific. So it's classroom with air quotes, but the idea is how many students are being or receiving that information from our counseling and wellness staff. So on the next slide, this is similar information, but we're looking at a little bit something different, and this is group counseling. And for this metric, it is actually disaggregated by our counseling group and our wellness coordinator group. And so you can see that both our counselors and our wellness coordinators did see increases in the number of group counseling sessions that they conducted. A part of this is because they've moved towards a model of an individual, they moved towards a model that looked at more group sessions in order to reach more students at one time. And so the idea would be, as opposed to before, when they were counting maybe like one auditorium presentation and as one, right? Versus actually, no, we are reaching far more students than that. And so that is sort of the explanation for why you see that uptick in those numbers. But the overall representation is that they are reaching more students every year.
All right, we will turn to LCAP Goal 3 here, focused on partnerships with our educational partners, including students, families, labor partners, and business and community partners. All of our expenditures were on target for this goal as well. They all had immaterial differences, which means less than 10% variance based on what the planned expenditures for the year. All right, we'll talk quickly about Action 3.1. This year, we expanded our parent engagement offerings to include a district-wide family resource center fair that was attended by approximately 270 families. For Action 3.2, we wanted to just point out that in the coming year, we will be utilizing LREBG funds for the cultural competency work that I discussed earlier, as it relates to ensuring that our students feel seen and heard in our schools, and also as it relates to Board Policy 6144. In Action 3.3, we just want to share a few of the workshops that were offered to district families. They included workshops around Know Your Rights presentations in both English and Spanish. They also included managing stress and fostering resiliency. There was a parenting in the digital age and a meeting your adolescent's brain training as well. We talked a little bit about the Family Resource Fair, which I referred to earlier, and that served 394 students, who came with, I guess, the 270 families that attended the event. But it was exciting to see how many students attended the event specifically as well. For Action 3.4, we continue to refine our work around the labor management partnership and remain committed to that work. All right.
Okay, and so these are our current metrics associated with Goal 3. I will just highlight a few. So the very first one there under 3.1, the metrics that we're looking at are meaningful engagement, or excuse me, not 3.1. The metric, sorry, 3.2, increase student, staff, and family intercultural awareness and understanding. The metrics that we were using there, the high levels of agreement that families feel that their culture is recognized by school sites. That one was changed to a measure that was collected through our California Healthy Kids Survey information about whether or not parents felt that their culture was recognized within schools. And so that is one change that had to be made there, as that other survey had not been developed. So yes, so moving on, here are some of the key metrics associated with those actions. To the left, it was the percent of families who have downloaded the Parent Square app. And so again, we continue to see that more students are more parents are utilizing that feature. which is wonderful, as that's where we push out the majority of our communications to our families, including their CASP scores and LPAC scores. And then on the right, number of Family Resource Center contacts each year. And so this, we definitely saw an uptick here, bolstered by that family resource event, I believe. And then we also did see increases in our DLAC, although not in the LCAP, due to that event as well, and the free bicycles that were given out. Okie doke. And then we have our percent of families responding that the Family Resource Center sponsored events have a positive impact. We did see a slight decrease from our baseline there of 2.10. Certainly a larger drop from 2024, still in the 80s, though. And obviously, we will continue to have that target at 90. We were there before. We can be there again. I think Lisette would agree with me. And then we have our number of interpretation episodes. Again, our district interpreters are working hard, and they continue to provide more and more interpretation episodes. Okay, and then I will actually do goals 4 and 5 as well. So these are equity multiplier goals. And so they are within our LCAP, as they are required to be, because we are expending that equity multiplier funding. And so I will give you a quick update on those. So the first one is LCAP Goal 4, which was for New Valley High School. So just to say, this goal is actually being sunset within our LCAP, because they are did not qualify for additional equity multiplier funds, and they have expended that allocation. And so we do need to report out, though, how it went, but know that the future LCAP, the 26-27, will not contain a goal for them. Here are some of the actions that they undertook, along with the expenditures that were associated with them. This, again, just sort of shows that zeroing out. But for instance, they, 4.2 there, provide field studies for students to visit local colleges and CTE programs. It was a $15,000 investment. Provide teachers and professional learning opportunities, focus on supporting youth in areas of social emotional learning, restorative practices, and de-escalation strategies. So, a lot of work done by New Valley over this last year to support their students, the unique population that New Valley serves. On the next slide, there are some outcomes. So about how those, what happened with those investments. And so there were some targets that were hit by New Valley. So 10% of their students identifying Hispanic Latino were enrolled in a partner associated credit granting college course. So that was a win. They had a target outcome for suspension rates for their multilingual learner students. They were reduced by 3.9 percentage points. So they hit that target. They nearly met their multilingual learner, English learner target for also being enrolled in a partner college credit granting college course with 4%. And their target outcome was not met for their survey that they had administered to their students who participated in those field studies, with only 26.8% agreeing or strongly agreeing that they learned valuable information. I highlight that there were questions about whether or not the Likert scale was fully understood by the students, and there are steps being taken. And that is not a fault of the student. The Likert scale actually went from 1 to 5, so 1 and 2 being highly agree and agree, which is not common when you do a Likert scale. And so we think that probably had confused the results there. So there is a commitment to redo that survey because they do feel that their field studies, their field trips were valuable. So, but did want to call it out because it is in our LCAP. Moving on to goal 5, same thing. So this is equity multiplier funds, but for Community Day. And so there are several actions here currently underway. They are listed there. One that I will call out, provide students with interventions in reading, writing, and math in order to deter task avoidance and escalation of behavior. Right. So the idea is keep students on task and keep them out of trouble, essentially. And so you can see what the budgeted expenditures were there, and then with what the projected end of the year, almost everywhere was fully expended, with the exception of that one, 5.2. Reason being that there was a paraeducator that was slotted to help with that work, and that position went unfilled for a bit. I think it's you know, you can imagine that you need a very specific, you need the right fit to help with our population. And so it did take them a while to bring that person on. Okay, and some overall outcomes, right? So 100% of their students who received pull-out intervention in reading and writing, right, was a goal. 100% of them increased their writing and fluency as measured by, they have a pre and post writing assessment that's administered by ELA teachers. So they were very happy with those results. Now, Principal Manning did express, right, that each cohort is a little bit different of kids, but they're very pleased to have seen those results. They also hit their target outcome with 80% of their students with an IEP who are at risk for suspension, meeting their at least 80% of the time as measured by their local scorecard. They call it the Eagle scorecard. And then I'll just skip down to the one area that was not met, right? And that was, of course, their overall suspension rate. It did increase by 6.8%. However, again, after speaking with Principal Manning, we do believe that we will have good news to report on that the next time we report on this metric. All right. And then there are some revisions that were made to this goal, this continuing goal. As Ms. Meltzer already said, it said earlier, right? The actions needed to be revised to match that 0.6 FTE TOSA that will be provided to the school site. And so this just shows the totality of that equity multiplier fund going towards that goal, as well as those LREGB funds that she had stated as well. Right, and now I will turn it over to you.
I won't take too much of the time because later on in the next agenda item, our Deputy Superintendent, Mr. Shield, is going to go into the detail of our district budget. So the budget overview for parents is a required component of the LCAP. It provides a high-level summary of the district overall general fund budget. It also provides a high-level connection between the LCAP and also the district budget. I want to point out that not every dollar in the budget is included in the LCAP, but all the action and services is included in our general fund budget. For the 26-27 school year, the district is projecting approximately $429.5 million in total revenue, and $369.3 million is from LCFF funding, which include local property taxes and supplemental funding. Supplemental funding is generated by our unduplicated students, English learner, foster youth, and low-income students. The district total general fund expenditure budget is approximately $446.6 million, which about $30.3 million is directly tied to LCAP services and actions. Included within that amount is approximately $12.5 million dedicated to increased or improved services for high-need students. That concludes the budget overview for parents.
Okay. Does anyone have any questions for us that we can answer for you?
Any questions from the board? Vicki?
Thank you for the presentation. I would love to go back to slide 24. Okay, so I want to make sure I understand this data because what I thought I was reading and then what was said in this presentation didn't seem to match what's said on the screen. So what's said on the screen is the number of classroom presentations conducted by school counselors and wellness coordinators. But what was said was the number given there is the number of students. So it's actually not the number of classroom presentations?
Correct. So when this metric was written, it was written as number of classroom presentations conducted by school counselors and wellness coordinators. just to say, when I met with our wellness coordinators and with our student services team and asked about this, the calculation of this metric, I was told that how they actually calculate it is not by individual classrooms, but as students who were
That makes
in
no
that.
sense.
So I don't know if you teach me.
The way we were collecting, the way we have been collecting our data, we ask our wellness team to report the number of students and not the number of classroom presentations. And, when we were talking with Cameron, we realized that that's the data that we have been collecting for the year. So, I apologize for the confusion.
Thank you for that explanation, but wouldn't you still have the number of presentations?
I think that we did a query earlier today, and we can, we were working on that number because we were trying to clarify that. We run a query, and we had an average number of groups, but, it really varies. Obviously, our secondary sites, we offer more like lunch groups, but we, continue to keep counting the number of students that come in.
Okay, because I don't even know what to do with that number. Because I think it's great that we've had, it sounds like 2,600 students have seen a classroom presentation at some point in the school year by a counselor or a wellness coordinator. That's great. But what would be helpful would be kind of like to know that, like, what are we targeting in these classroom presentations? Are they related to what our LCAP goals are? I'm still kind of trying to process the fact that 2,600 is just the number of students and not the number of presentations. So I will turn the time over to someone else.
Any other member of the board have a question?
No, I just wondered if there was another response.
That's okay.
I do when you get to it.
Oh, sorry. Do we have anything from Andy or Bonnie on the Zoom?
Yeah, this is Andy. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is a phenomenal report. It took an enormous amount of time and effort to do it. And this is going to sound callous when I come out with it. But it's doing a good job of saying these are all the things we're doing. This is how much money all these things are doing. But one of the things I'm most interested in is, okay, we're going to spend all this money. We're going to do all these things. What's the expected result of all of that expenditure and all that effort and all the other things? We're doing a fantastic job of planning, but I want to know, okay, fine. So you're saying to the board, here's the things we think we should do. This is how much money we think we should do. What I still want to know, and maybe this is a different report, maybe this is the wrong time to ask this question, is, okay, if we do all this, what outcome can we expect? Where can we be? A lot of these numbers still have what I call the wiggle in the standard deviation. We went up 2%, we went down 1%, we did this kind of thing historically from the past. I want to see what the pathway to success is and what that success looks like. And is it significant, or is it, again, these minor little tweaks? And I realize it's probably late. I'm probably being a little more direct than I should be, but that's my concern. So the question is, how do we get to that? So in other words, 1 year from now, 3 years from now, 5 years, what can we expect to see, having made all of these, done all this work and made all this investment and spent all this money?
I think that's a great question. I think that that's sort of what I was touching upon when we started this presentation. We are looking forward to the ability to write the new LCAP that aligns with our strategic plan that will outline all of those things in terms of what we should be, what targets we are going to be making over the course of the coming 4 years. And, you know, you are correct. I think that there are some confusing parts to the LCAP. We are seeing ups and downs. And I do think that by building additional consistency into our system and additional MTSS structures to support our students, we will begin to see a more upward trend that is more sustainable over time. That
Well,
is the
good.
goal.
Well, thank you. I don't want to be too negative. I mean, I can see the amount of work it took to put this thing together. This was a horrendous task. The effort that you had to put into this was just monumental. And I really appreciate all that work. So it was really hard for me to actually come up with something that felt a little on the negative in terms of comments, because you guys have done a phenomenal job. But again, my focus is on moving forward and making significant improvements. And so I'm going to keep bringing those kind of things up as we go down the road. Thank you.
I think Vicky had one more thing.
Thanks. I kind of paused in the middle. I had to collect my thoughts, so thanks for letting me finish. One of the things that I found frustrating a little bit with our LCAP is I've always felt our SEL portion was a little disjointed. We have some phenomenal professionals. Some of my favorite people are school psychologists and counselors and wellness coordinators. And I love when everyone works together, you know, and we don't duplicate services, and that we're all communicating and doing the best for kids. But sometimes when I see our LCAP, it kind of, there seems to be just people working in silos. And we need to be coordinated. And I kind of got that feeling again, where it needs to be a more of a coordinated effort. And I think in some situations it really is. That's seamless. I've had situations when I was previously working where it felt seamless. But I think that it's a decision on people to decide to want to collaborate and be in those meetings. And so I guess so when I see this data and I see how it's reported, and I'm kind of wondering, even what's the point if this is to deal with a certain population, and we don't even have what we're focusing on in these classroom presentations. I mean, I think we really need to take a step back when we develop our new one is what are we focusing on with all of these supports? You know, we have probably one of the most robust SEL intervention systems in the county. And what are we doing to utilize all of those professionals to the maximum we can? Because we have some talent there that should be utilized.
I think Kathy has a question.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the presentation. And having attended a couple of the LCAP meetings, I know all the work and appreciate, you know, all the community, the youth that were part of the discussion as well. It was good to hear their thoughts. But my question is, I know this is over a 3-year period, which is great. I think it's great to be able to go back and look. But what about previous LCAPs from other? Is there ever an opportunity, because I'm still new to this, so I mean, is there ever an opportunity where you go back to, say, the previous 3 years and do a comparison, just to, again, see how the district is doing?
I do think that Director Lewis does an excellent job of looking at our data over longitudinally over time. I don't know that he and I have gone back to look at the previous LCAP together, but he has done, especially in the last couple of weeks and months, as it relates to both the LCAP and the strategic plan, a lot of research and has looked at the historical trends that we've seen in terms of growth or decline in certain areas that we are using to help inform the metrics that we'll be presenting to you with the strategic plan, so that they make sense, so that they're realistic, and so that they're based on prior outcomes, so that over time.
All right, thank you. So, and thank you for the presentation. We greatly appreciate all the detail. I think that takes us up to, I believe it's been described as a half-hour presentation from Mark on the proposed budget. So I think the stage is yours.
So Trustee Muirhead challenged me to do it in 7 minutes, and I just wanted to know, is that, oh, I'm sorry, Dr. Ryan. So you gave me 10,
It
so.
was like that, I can name that tune.
Yeah.
in 7 minutes, so.
But this is just an update, right?
Yeah. So I will try to keep this as short as possible. The layout of this is very similar to past presentations. Before I get started, I just want to say, as echoed before, thank you to Shani and her team. They've done an amazing job throughout the year and in preparation for tonight's presentation. So kudos to all of them. So tonight's presentation is the public hearing for the adopted budget. I will say that the governor released his May revise on May 14th, 2026. Final details of that state budget won't be known for quite some time. And the information in there is not included in the public hearing document. It's not included in the budget, but at the end of this slide, I will provide a high-level overview of key priorities that are included in the governor's May revise and the possible financial impact for those if they were to come to fruition as presented in the May revise and based upon the information that we currently have available. So with that, I'd like to talk a little bit about the 2026-27 revenues. Total property taxes are projected to increase next year at 16.2 million. That would take us to 369.3 million as our total projected property tax revenues for next year. That is based upon a 5% assumption, and I'll talk about that in just a moment. You see declines in federal, state, and local. That is the reduction of all the one-time revenues that were included in the 25-26 budget that we would already spent because they were one-time revenues. So pulling those out as we move forward. This is a comparison of what we're seeing in the county-wide level and the comparison of this data and seeing how property tax growth has happened within the county. This year we are on the yellow line, and that yellow line is closely mirroring the orange line, which is what we saw in 2024. This is good news because this shows that we are slightly better than where we were this time last year, which is represented by the red line. And you can see the red line ended up being the worst year that we had in property taxes in recent memory within the county. And so it is good to see that the county is trending a little bit higher than it did last year. We are still a long ways away from where we were in 2022, which is representative of the purple line. While that is county-wide data in property tax growth, I want to provide an example in where are we locally. Last year, I shared this document with you from the Santa Clara County Assessor's Office that showed that as of this time last year, we were sitting at 4.63%. Right now, we are sitting at 4.62%. So we are right where we were this year compared to last year. This is relatively good news because at one point in time this year, we were fearful that we weren't going to hit our 5% number. We are not lowering that projection at this point in time. There's still obviously a little bit of room for growth. And again, this is significantly less than what we've seen in prior years. On the flip side, RDA, we are doing, even with the significant decline that we had this year in the RDA, we are seeing a tick up of the 4%. Compared to this time last year, we were at 1.11%. Again, remember, as a reminder, we only have the San Jose Redevelopment Agency, and those will stay within the San Jose Redevelopment Agency for quite some time. One of the conditions is paying off all the debt. They've got a long way to go to pay off all their debt. So our assumption for next year is the 5% increase in secured at and also a 2% increase within the RDA residual. That would bring in a net increase, assuming that were to come to fruition, a net increase in total property tax revenues for next year of 15 million. The RDA residual, as a reminder, that is the very small portion of the total property tax revenues. At that 2% increase, it would only increase at 530,000, bringing the total to 27.2 million, compared to secured property taxes that would be over 303 million. So it is a much smaller portion of the pie compared to secured. In our federal tax assumptions, there is much to be learned as of yet in regards to what the budget will look like at the federal level. I will say that I went back and looked at last year's presentation, and last year's presentation looked much different, where we were worried about the federal funding that we were going to have next year. Based upon the current proposals, both in the Senate, the administration, and the House proposes at least flat funding within Title I on the national level, and an increase in special education funding at the national level. What we don't know yet is, one, will that come to fruition? And two, once it comes to fruition, what will be the impact locally in our school district? At this point in time, we are assuming flat federal revenue funding compared to the current school year. The right place to keep my hand. The state revenues are largely made up of these sources. One is the STRS on behalf pension. So as a reminder, the state transfers money from its general fund over to STRS, and we are required to report it to revenue, even though it never actually hits our accounts. So that's 18 million. We get a transportation reimbursement is projected to be $5 million going forward. ELOP is currently projected to be 4.5 million next year. That's a restricted program. Lottery, both the restricted and unrestricted, are projected to be just shy of 4 million. And then two more restricted programs, the Arts and Music in Schools grant and the After School Education and Safety grant, which is also known as ACES. Both of those restricted programs that combine 3.1 million projected for next year. Within local revenue, that is largely made up of three funding sources. One of those is donations from our various district partners. Another is the Special Education Medi-Cal billing program. And then the third bucket of that is use of facilities. Based upon historical and tracking the revenue within those areas and the other areas within the budget, last year we projected those at 74% of prior year. We've increased that slightly with some additional comfort level to 77% at prior year. Leases and rentals and interest, we are projecting those to be unchanged to current year. So our total revenues projected for next year, after looking at all that, would be 429.5 million. A slight increase from the estimated actuals of 425. Again, that is largely attributed to the backing out of one-time revenues from former grants that we spent that were carried over from prior years. It is important to note, and I've had this as a talking point previously, is what percentage is the local property taxes of the total revenues. In 2021-22, we were at 78%. By 2025-26, we finished at 82%. So we are still seeing that is a robust portion of our entire revenue growth. On our expenditures, you can see that our expenditures are projected to be lower than current year, and that is largely attributed to the right sizing efforts that occurred this year. Certificated salaries, total projected salaries are down 37.7 million compared to the estimated actuals. I will say that according to the governor's May revise, the total projected state per pupil funding provided to school districts in the May revise was $21,000. Based upon our developed budget for next year, our total per pupil investment, which is the total 446.5 million divided by our projected enrollment for next year, our total per pupil investment is projected to be $32,538. So about $11,000 more than what is included in the statewide budget. As we look at key assumptions that are attributed within our budget, we did have the right sizing, and that resulted in the reduction of FTEs that are on the screen. I'm not going to repeat those again. We've talked about those in prior presentations. As you know, Shani and her team do an analysis of what actual step and column costs are based upon where people are on the salary schedule and their projected movement. So next year, we would anticipate those to be a little bit higher next year because of just where people are and their movement on the salary schedule. So certificated would be 2% and classified would be about 3%. We are still actively involved in negotiations with both bargaining units. Those are not settled, and as a result, not reflected in the collective bargaining agreement, or not reflected. They're certainly not reflected in the collective bargaining agreement because we haven't finalized yet. They are also not reflected in the budget in front of you this evening. For our employee benefits, a decrease of about 1.5 million. That is made up of three things. Again, the right sizing. I'm happy to announce that the PERS rate has decreased for the second year in a row by a very modest 0.4%. But we will take a decrease considering what it has done in the past several years. And then the STRS on behalf is an increase of 4.95%. And again, I talked about the revenue side impact of that. We are also required to record the expenditure as well. Again, negotiations are ongoing, so there's no assumed change in the medical benefits cap increase throughout the budget. Books and supplies, again, a significant decline of 17.1 million. That is a combination of not only right sizing efforts, but also backing out one-time expenses that occurred during the 2025-26 budget. There are some one-time expenses that are included in this budget this year. As you can see on the screen, $50,000 alone for new TK classroom and furniture equipment. We are seeing an increase in projected enrollment for our TK classes. And I will say that number is already going to be wrong because we were talking earlier today and we need to buy another classroom furniture. So that if I were standing here today and making a change on the spot, that 50,000 would go to 75,000. I can't do that, but I'm just telling you, this is how things change, and that would already change to another one-time expense for additional. We do have some one-time grant expenditures that we anticipate next year. Some of those Alyssa and her team already talked about previously, largely attributable to the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant for next year, and those are incorporated into the LCAP presentation. We do have about $1 million in temporary personnel expenses next year, and then also $4.4 million of the budget includes one-time expenses towards restricted carryover programs in the programs that are identified up on the screen. The largest of those is the ELOT program at 3.3 million.
Sorry, did you skip the board election on purpose?
I did skip the board election number $350,000, which is an amount that we include in there as an every other year budget. 350,000 is based upon the latest information that we have gotten from the county. Total services and operating are also down compared to current year. Again, right sizing efforts as well as just a reduction of backing out one-time expenses. Also not included in here is a savings that would be occurring as the result of an agenda item that appears later in the on the consent calendar this evening. Thank you to Joe Ayala and his team in looking at changing our phone system. If the board were to approve that contract this evening, it would save $1 million over the next 5 years, or about $200,000 a year. That savings is not incorporated in here yet because you all haven't approved the contract yet, but it would be reflected as a budget adjustment in future presentations. So our combined expenses, based upon the budget in front of you this evening, is a budget next year of 446.6 million. Again, down from the current year budget of 25-26, still slightly above where we were in 2024-25. I want to applaud, oh wait, before I get to my applause, the estimated actuals, you can see the significant improvement of the efforts of the right sizing on the financial side, and that we would still have a projected deficit spending next year of 17 million. But that is a significant improvement over the prior year, made up of not only right sizing efforts, but also increase in revenues and other factors. This is where I get to my applause, and thanking the leadership of our adult education program and the Child Development Fund. When I stood here this time last year, I indicated anticipation that we were going to need to see some pretty significant transfers out from the general fund into the respective funds for these two programs. The teams there really did everything that they could to go ahead and bring those budgets back to where they needed to be and align the expenses with the revenues that were coming in. So as the result of that, I'm here to say today that not only are we not anticipated to need a transfer into those funds for the current year, 25-26, we are also not projected to see them in 26-27. And I will go even one step further. Based upon the MYP portion, we are not projecting to see a transfer in those funds in those areas throughout the MYP period. So again, thank you and kudos to those respective departments. And transfers in, we are able to make a recommendation to the board to transfer $800,000 from Fund 20 which is our special reserve fund for our post-employment benefits, into the general fund to offset current year retiree costs. We're able to do this because one, our interest earnings were greater than what we anticipated. And two, even with this transfer, we would anticipate that we would still be able to meet our latest actuarial study and be able to have set aside significant or enough financial resources set aside to make that commitment to current and future retirees, that we have money to make sure that we're paying their retiree benefits. If approved, and if that resolution would come to the board for approval at the June 11th meeting, then we make the appropriate transfer after that. In addition to that, we've said throughout the year that we would need a transfer from Fund 17 for our emergency reserves in Fund 17. We are anticipating to bring a resolution to the board to transfer 43.1 million. That is to close out 2025-26. That is 585,000 less than we anticipated that we would need in February 2026. So that is good news. We'll bring that resolution to you, and then between that period of time and when we close out the books in September, that number might fluctuate down a little bit, so we would only transfer the actual amount that we would need. Within our multi-year projections, here are the assumptions that we are presenting throughout the forecast period. Again, we already talked about the 5% in secured growth. We are projecting the 5% that to continue throughout the MYP period, and then also the 2% increase in RDA or residual as well. That 5% increase provides a compounding increase each year of about $15 to $16 million. So in 27-28, you would see 15 million added throughout the MYP period. And then in 2028-29, you would see an additional 15 or 16 million added on to the increase that you already saw. So that is a compounding increase that you see each year. Those revenues then would look like, if that all were come to fruition, again, we are projecting 429.5 million of total revenues now. We do project basically federal, state, and local being flat throughout the MYP period. If this were to come to fruition by the 2030-31 fiscal year, we would be have total revenues of just under 500 million. We'd be at 495.6 million. Our assumptions, and this kind of alludes back to what I stated earlier, and I got to go back one slide. This is what I was alluding to earlier, is that we anticipate step and column, just again, where staff currently are, you could see that we anticipate step and column being a little bit higher this year. That would reverse a little bit the following year where it would go back down to 1.2% for certificated staff. Then we would start seeing just modest declines from there. That just means that they're in those gap years. And classified staff, we see a little bit of the same type of trend happening as well. We will continue to modify this as we continue to see changes within our personnel. And then management seeing the same 0.6% for the current year, and then continuing to drop throughout the forecast period. Assumptions on the statutory benefits, we anticipate STRS to stay flat based upon information that we've received at 19.1% throughout. PERS, we do see, and this is from PERS, they're anticipating to reverse the 0.4% reduction that we saw this year. They anticipate that reversing in 27-28, so going back up to 26.8, and then projecting to start seeing declines from there, resulting in 24% by 2030-31 fiscal year. All of the other ones are fairly flat throughout the forecast period. So with those assumptions, we would anticipate total, oops, I went too fast. Total projected budget again this year of $446.6 million in the current year, and throughout the MYP period, we anticipate that to be about $445 million throughout the forecast period. Again, that's largely because the only changes that are happening in the expenditures are as the result of step and column. Those are the big drivers to this, because again, we do not have negotiations factored in. We do not have a 5-year settlement in negotiations. So the big change that's happening through here on the expenditure side is just the step and column and a modest inflationary amount for the non-personnel side of the budget. Again, I already talked about the transfer, so we would anticipate a transfer in funds from Fund 17 to the general fund through 2028-29, but beyond 28-29, we would not need one based upon current information. Again, this is as a result of the right sizing and that property tax revenue assumption of 5% growth per year. And this then shows that graph that you've seen in the past, where in the past, in those out years, the green bars were really higher than the blue. As a result of the efforts this year, that really changes the trajectory. I do have to say the caution to this is it's predicated on the fact of 5%, that projected increase in property tax growth, and we haven't seen that yet, but that is what is driving those blue bars up faster. And this would be the change in the reserve percentage, again, largely driven in that out year by those projected growths in property taxes. Regarding the governor's May revise, we will continue to wait final details of the state budget, and we're keeping an eye on any new state mandates, and there are several that are proposed right now that would have an impact on us. State law does require that the Senate and Assembly have a state budget passed by June 15th. They will meet that deadline, because if they don't get paid. So I'm reasonably certain that they will meet the June 15th deadline. And then the governor has until June 30th to sign the budget. And as a reminder, we will not know many of the details until well after June, sometimes July and August. But what I want to provide to you is an update as to what was in the May revise and what it might mean for us. First and foremost, I have to say, and this has been widely publicized and talked about, is the governor is still proposing to underfund K-14 education by $3.9 billion below the Prop 98 minimum guarantee. All of our education partners throughout the state are opposed to this and advocating that the governor fully fund education as Prop 98 requires. This $3.9 billion is less than the January budget proposal when it was at $5 billion. So we are thankful for that, but that $3.9 billion is owed to our school districts throughout the state. Based on the projections, the governor's May revise does say that there is an additional $6 billion of funding within over the 3-year budget window. And remember, the state's budget window is 1 year back, or I'm sorry, 2024-25. So 2 years back and then 1 year forward. With that additional money, that is providing an opportunity for the governor to propose some interesting solutions. One of those is a COLA based upon Prop 98 of 2.87%. That would be applied to local LCFF, but that would have no impact on us. That COLA would be provided to some categorical programs, and that would have a very modest increase to us in those various restricted categorical programs. The governor is providing or proposing to provide an additional augmented COLA of 1.44% to the local control funding formula. Again, that 1.44% is not applied to any of the categoricals, but it does come with a new mandate that I will talk about at the end of the presentation. The governor proposes a significant ongoing increase in special education funding, and this is highly needed and way overdue. It's proposing a total increase of $2.3 billion in total special education funding that is proposed to be ongoing. This is a significant increase over his January budget proposal, which was about $530 million. This would increase the total base rate funding in special education funding to $1,340 per ADA. If this were to happen as proposed, it would result in a $4.6 million increase in our restricted special education funding. I have a slide here that was provided in a recent presentation by School Services of California, and this is why I say this is long overdue. If you look at the dark blue bar at the bottom of the screen, that is the total amount of expenditures on a statewide basis of special education that is being paid for by state funding. So in 2014, the state funding was enough on a statewide basis for 22.8% of the total special education expenditures. And by the end of 2024-25, that had decreased to 18%. What that meant is that our special education expenditures throughout the state in K-14 education, a larger percentage was coming out of local revenue as opposed to coming out and getting that funding from the state. So this will bring that percentage back up. There is a proposal for a $1 billion new ongoing funding within community schools and $485 million repurposing of old funding. I'm not going to say any more about that because we don't qualify. Next is the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant that Alyssa talked to you about earlier. We got some one-time funding for that in our prior year. He is proposing to pay back all of those that unfunded amount that was taken back from us several years ago. The governor's proposing to provide a one-time increase to the rest to eliminate that outstanding debt to school districts. If this were to be provided to us, it would be 1.3 million of a state restricted funding, very similar to the program that Alyssa talked about earlier during the LCAP presentation. There's also a proposal for the Expanded Learning Opportunities Program. Currently, all Rate 1 districts receive a fixed amount of funding based upon the amount that is stated in statute. And the Rate 2 districts were supposed to get funding that fluctuated based upon whatever was left over. We are a Rate 2 district, and the way that works is if $1 billion is allocated and 800 million of it were all provided to the Rate 1 districts, then all the Rate 2 districts would share the remaining amount of funding based upon their ADA. What the governor is proposing to do is shore up the funding for the Rate 2 and proposes that funding be at least $1,800 annually per student. If that were to happen, that would provide an ongoing increase of $648,000, and that would be a state restricted program specifically for our ELOP program. The governor's proposing another discretionary block grant of $5 billion. The governor is proposing it to be, there are some intended uses based upon the governor, but it is being proposed to largely be a discretionary block grant for us. That would be a one-time increase of 12.6 million if it were to come as and appear as the governor proposes it. I will say if there is anything in the budget that I have, if I'm nervous about, it is this. There are various individuals within the legislature that do not want to provide the funding on an ADA basis. They want to provide the funding based upon the local control funding formula and or the unduplicated count. If that were to happen as a district that doesn't receive LCFF funding, I don't know what that would mean for us. So we would wait and see. We're going to wait and see at this point in time. What could this funding be used for? You heard earlier that we're going to have a math textbook adoption. And so this would be a great way to go ahead and fund our math textbook adoption and so that way then it would not result in us having to use our reserves within the district. So we'd be able to use that one-time funding for that one-time purpose. There is also a $440 million grant or increase that's being proposed for literacy coaches and reading specialist grant. This grant is only available to existing grantees, and we do not receive that funding. We are excluded from this. Santa Clara Unified is not a recipient of this grant. This is the document that I talked about, or this is the program that I talked about earlier that the governor is proposing. I don't think anybody disagrees with the fact that we need to address paid pregnancy disability leave. And the governor has proposed to a paid pregnancy disability leave program for all regular and certificated classified employees. And this would go into effect as currently proposed. It would go into effect July 1, 2026. The qualifying reasons include not only for a pregnancy, miscarriage, childbirth, termination of pregnancy, or recovery from any of those conditions as determined by the employee's physician, and it would provide full pay for up to a maximum of 14 weeks. According to the governor's office, and I'm saying it's the governor's office, not me, the governor's office has even acknowledged that this would be a new mandate. And he has proposed to fund this by the 1.44% COLA, which would be used to help offset that. As a community funded district, this then for us, since the funding is proposed to go through that way, this means for us, it would be viewed as an unfunded mandate because we would not get any funding to offset the costs associated with implementing this. There are a lot of conversations that are still happening up at the statewide level. There are some proposals to take that 1.44% and set it aside as creating it as a categorical program. So districts could set the funding aside and then use that categorical to pay the associated costs with implementing this new leave. There's also some additional proposals that are talking about making it a reimbursement. So districts would submit invoices to the state and then getting funding back on a reimbursement basis. At this point in time, it is too early to tell. What I will tell you is I have not accounted for any potential costs or revenue associated with this in the adopted budget. I believe that the leave will happen. What I don't know is what happens to the funding that the governor is proposing for it. What I also don't know is there are some questions about will be effective date of July 1, or will there be a little bit of a delay in that to allow school districts to develop the necessary communication and processes and procedures in order to be ready to do that? Because if the governor signs this June 30th, that's a very short window from June 30th to July 1 without knowing what all the rules are. So there are some conversations about potential delayed implementation. Again, kind of wait to see. Final thoughts. I stood here this time last year and I shared a quote from the California Department of Finance where they said, "We are really worried about 2026. We are not projecting sunshine and rainbows for education funding into 2026-27. And I don't think anybody could have anticipated what happened within the stock market, which had a profound impact on capital gains, which then led to the significant increase in personal income tax at the statewide level, which resulted in this $16 billion increase of state revenues over the governor's office projection, leading to a $6 billion increase in Prop 98 for us. So nobody could see that coming, including the California Department of Finance. And that would have a profound impact on us if any of these things were to happen. And we will need to continue to use those judiciously to benefit our students And also making sure that we don't repeat some of the actions of the past where we're using one-time dollars on ongoing programming and creating other problems. So if any of that, that is one of the things that we would need to continue to be mindful of. Talked about that already. This is the timeline that we have over the next several months. We would bring the budget to the board for approval on the June 11th meeting. We would do unaudited actuals in September. And then that would lead to a first interim report in December and then the second interim report in March. And with that, I'll take any questions. And I think I'm about 2 minutes over my 30 minutes.
Really close. Any questions from the board?
I'm way over the 10 minutes. I apologize. I don't even want to talk about the 7 minutes.
Vicky, do you have anything?
No, just thank you for your excellent report as always.
Anyone have any questions?
I'll just echo the same. Thank you.
Oh, Jody has a question.
A comment and a question, fairly minor. One is that chart that you got from school services that talks about special ed. If you show that again, if you could change the title to say California Special Ed expenditures instead of just special expenditures. I had no idea what that chart meant, and it makes so much sense now that you say it was special ed. So just in the future, if you use it again.
Thank you.
And it's a pretty remarkable and very impactful chart now that I know what it means. The other questions, there was a couple of things where you said, these are going to change, like we have another TK class or more and some other things. And we'll be further along maybe with the state budget. So when you show this to us again for the presentation, generally there isn't, for approval, generally there isn't a presentation at that point. Do you incorporate those changes into that, the final, or do you just wait till first interim?
We would not incorporate them because even by June 11th, the legislature won't be done yet.
But what about the things that you do know about?
All of those things I don't know. No, I would for 75 those small changes at this point in time, it's not a significant enough change that we would make those adjustments at this point.
Okay, so you just leave it and tell
And
us
we
about
would
it
we
at
would
first.
adjust it at the first interim report.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Did we have any questions from trustee Ratterman?
I do.
Okay, go ahead.
So, by the way, fantastic report as usual. So one of the things that's always been a little frustrating is we have some expenses we know that might happen. You mentioned a whole bunch of stuff on the May revise that might happen to us, some of it good, some of it bad. We also know that there's no future compensation changes in the budget for the next X years because we haven't negotiated them. We have no idea what they're going to be. But we can historically go back and look at how the budgets have ended up being over or below, above or below based on some of these things as they change. And so one of the questions that's coming up all the time has to do with our reserves. And I think a lot of people don't necessarily appreciate how volatile those reserves are. Is there any way at all, and I think I know the answer, you're going to tell me no, but is there any way at all we can do like a min-max on that and say, well, here's what we've done for this to keep the county and everybody happy. Here's our budget. This is our 5-year projection. But here's another unofficial one, if all the bad things happen, we could be this far under. And if all the good things happen, we might be this much above. Anything at all we can do like that? Because I always feel like I'm going forward with a blindfold over me because the variables are huge.
Yeah, I appreciate your question. And it's one of the things that I've started thinking about a little bit is, how could we do some stress testing on the budget with different factors? And, of course, one thing that you could easily do is build an MYP assuming a 0% property tax growth. And you would see a startling different MYP because you'd be backing out so much estimated or projected revenue. And it's difficult to do that when I think over the last 40 years, there's been 3 or 4 instances where it's been 0 or less over 40 years. And so it would be difficult to project that because it would be viewed as an ultra doomsday scenario. And that is one thing that I always strive to not do, is to try to do budgets based upon the best information that I have available at the time that we are creating these documents. There may be some opportunities to look at some areas of the budget, like utility costs and things of that nature, and show what historical utility costs have changed based upon past trends and increases by our rate providers and those types of things. But some of the is already accounted for in the MYP. So we've already looked at historical trends and the usage of that data and have already accounted for that in the MYP. So I guess what you're really referring to is what about those other scenarios outside that? And I'll need to do some more thinking about that.
Yeah, and I appreciate your comment about doomsday, but I think if you marry a doomsday with a blue sky, so this is a great, this is a bad, and then here's what we actually think's going to happen. This is what's there, but we need to have contingencies in the event that, you know, we have had some of those cases. I've been through them, and so have you, where suddenly the unrestricted the unsecured property tax dropped rapidly, or some other thing hit us, or a little recession, and suddenly, and as you said, one time we actually went negative. So I'd love to see something like that, because I think it gives a little context to why, as particularly as a basic, not basic, a community funded school district, we are very careful about our reserves.
Andy, you've exceeded your time.
I'm done, so that works out perfectly.
I think Kathy has a question.
You may or may not know the answer, but why doesn't San Jose RDA, why don't they sell the land or sell whatever the assets are and to get rid of the debt? And because they have their own budget issues.
Yeah. So the laws within the redevelopment agency actually say that you're not allowed to do that. What they have to do is pay off the underlying debt first, and then they can go ahead and sell the assets outside of the redevelopment agency. The reason why that provision is in place, and I can only talk about this as the experience from my former district, where we had, and that district had also issued debt using the RDA money that was coming in, and they were using that RDA to go out and issue debt that they were using to do facilities improvements within the district. And so had that city gone and done what you proposed, then that city's debt obligation would not have been resolved, or the city's debt obligation would have been resolved, but the school districts would not have. That debt then would have become the responsibility of the district's general fund, thereby having an impact on the classroom instruction. And so there was a provision in place to ensure that that did not happen because of the unwinding effect.
Okay, thank you. I guess that says a lot for Santa Clara then, because they had obviously paid off all their debt and were able to sell the properties.
Yep.
Thank you.
To check real quickly, is Trustee Lieberman with us or no? Is she no longer in the Zoom?
I am.
Do you have a question?
No, I don't. Just thank you to Mr. Shield and his team for another great report. Thank you.
So it looks like there's no further questions from the board. So thank you for the presentation. And now we're going to move to the consent calendar. I'd like to get a motion that would take care of K 1 through 5 as well as L 1 through 41.
So move, Fairchild.
Second, Rotterman.
Any questions or discussion? This is roll call. Trustee, I think it was Reiterman. Yeah. So this is roll call because of our Zoom participants. So Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I say yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
Okay, so that passes unanimously. So that takes us out of the consent calendars all the way to action item number 1, resolution number 26-28, affirming June 26 as LGBTQ plus Pride Month.
Move to approve, Ryan.
Second, Lieberman.
Okay, so this again is roll call. So Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I say yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. That now takes us to Human Resources. Jose has some items for us, N1 and N2.
Motion to approve N1, Rotterman.
Second, Fairchild.
Good evening, board members. It is my pleasure to introduce the new principal of Scott Lane Elementary, Raquel Dominguez. Raquel is an equity-driven bilingual educator with 29 years of K-8 public education experience, including the last 5 years proudly serving the Scott Lane Elementary community. A first-generation multilingual professional, Raquel's extensive career spans roles as an assistant principal, instructional coach, master teacher, and dual language classroom teacher. She holds a Master of Arts in Education and a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies with a second major in Spanish from San Jose State University. Raquel specializes in dual language program design, bilingual curriculum development, and using data-driven instruction to close opportunity gaps. Deeply committed to fostering student agency and collaborative leadership, she looks forward to serving as principal to ensure every Scott Lane scholar receives an inclusive, high-quality 21st century education.
So we have a motion and a second. This is a roll call. Trustee Fairchild.
I think we have some people in the audience who want to vote.
Okay.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Absolutely.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Congratulations. And N2.
It is my pleasure to introduce Dr. Terry Flora. Dr. Terry Flora is an Equity Center educational leader with a doctorate in educational leadership and 12 years of administrative experience within the Santa Clara Unified School District. He is a dedicated community member and parent volunteer. Dr. Flora previously served as vice principal at Santa Clara High School from 2017 to 2020. Most recently, a founding administrator at McDonald High School. Dr. Flora's diverse leadership background includes serving as principal of Cabrillo Middle School and managing critical portfolios in student support, curriculum and instruction, and master scheduling. He specializes in balancing daily school operations with visionary programs, having successfully launched MTSS frameworks and expanded project-based learning.
Move to approve Terry Flores, the vice principal at Santa Clara High School.
Second, Ryan.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. This is roll call. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. Congratulations. And that takes us to action item 01. And I have something I have to read for that. Do I have a motion to accept the recommendation of the Administrative Hearing Panel for the expulsion with a suspended enforcement through May 28th, 2027 with a change of placement from Huerta Middle School to Santa Clara Community Day School and a rehabilitation plan for student, 052-826A.1, and that student 052-826A.1 can apply for reinstatement at the end of the expulsion term, May 28th, 2027.
So moved, Lieberman.
We have a motion and a second.
I'll take the second.
Okay. And this is roll call. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President, where are you, Bonnie? Board President Lieberman.
Yes.
And that's unanimous. And so that takes us to planning. So the first planning item is P1, new job description, network engineer.
Trustee Canova. These are actually on here for planning action.
Okay.
So just as an opportunity that if the board were so choose, they could go ahead and do make it the planning item and also vote on it. And that would allow us to go ahead and move forward with recruitment as well.
Okay, all right,
Sounds great.
okay. Is there
Move to
any,
approve, Lieberman.
okay, we have a second,
Second, and this is on the network engineer.
a network engineer. So this is roll call. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
board president Lieberman,
Yes.
and that passes unanimously. And then on the next item, we do have someone who wants to speak about this item. This is a new job description, speech language pathologist assistant, and our speaker is Lisa Kellerman.
Oh, could I ask a question first?
Yes.
One of the things I requested from the last time this was brought forward was a ratio for this job description so that we would have parameters. Did we come up with a ratio? I know we mentioned having 6, but did we come up with some sort of a ratio?
The ratios would be that of the speech and language pathologist. So SLPA would not go above what a speech language pathologist caseload would be. So for example, if they're split between 2 sites, they would have 25 at one site and 25 potentially at the other site that they would support. So the ratio doesn't go beyond, for example, one SLPA wouldn't help 200 kids. And it depends on the amount of days and and the percentage that is needed. They don't have support at all 31 campuses. It depends on the speech and language pathologists and the supports that they need.
Okay, we need to, we need to make that a little more clear. Go ahead.
Good evening, members of the school board, Ms. Burrell and Dr. Wright. My name is Lisa Kellerman, and I'm a speech language pathologist here in the district. And I'm here to urge you to approve the job description for the speech language pathologists, or SLPAs, as permanent direct hire positions. As anyone in special education knows, our caseloads are growing and our students' needs are becoming increasingly complex. In addition to spending most of our week focusing on therapeutic services, we are spending an increasing number of hours on other time-consuming legally mandated tasks. We are dedicated to our work and want the best for our students and our families, but there simply are not enough hours in our workday to do this alone. This is where SLPAs change the game. By introducing direct hire assistants into our schools, we can utilize highly effective student-focused model. This model does not replace SLP's clinical and therapeutic role, rather it enhances it. Working in tandem ensures that all students are able to receive dedicated, thoughtful services from highly skilled individuals, which helps support SLPs in completing their many other tasks. We agree with your concerns that using expensive contractors to fill these positions is not appropriate. Direct hires are significantly more cost-effective rather than relying on expensive outside staffing agencies to fill our gaps, agencies that take large cuts for their own administrative purposes at the detriment of the individuals serving our students. Our precious funds should be spent in ways that effectively serve students. The direct hire SLPs does just that. We have come up with creative solutions, but it simply isn't enough. Hiring the number of SLPAs proposed is a request for the minimum operational support required to bridge the widening gap between our legal and ethical mandates and our current staffing capacity. Most importantly, this directly impacts student success. Investing in direct hire SLPAs is a win-win. It protects our district budget, supports overworked educators, and most importantly, ensures we are delivering on our promise of high-quality, equitable education for every student. I urge you to approve the SLPA job description so we can get to work hiring these dedicated therapists. Thank you, and almost good morning.
Yeah, no, I was going to say thank you for staying up to nearly midnight to say that. We appreciate it. Do we have a motion?
I would like to make a motion to approve the job description and approve 6 FTEs SLPAs at this time, but I also would like to have this come back with an actual ratio that we can use so that we have parameters on this job.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so this is roll call. Oh, we have a question. Okay, question.
So I have a question. Is her
Well, wait,
requirement,
Jody first and then you.
sorry,
So, oh, there you are. She, trustee Fairchild put some restrictions of 6 slippas and then you come back. Is that a reasonable number? Is that the right number? Is there a better number? I'm not exactly sure why that.
Currently, the FTE that we've contracted has been around 6 FTE. Now that could be anywhere from 7 to 8 slippas because some of them are part-time, not all of them are full-time. But when you add all the part-time, including the full-time, it's around 6 FTE that they currently have to support.
So
And the ratio is challenging because it changes every year and it can change between now and the middle of next year because it's based on the needs of the speech and language pathologist and the caseloads that they support.
I don't think you understand my question on ratio, but we'll talk later.
So, so I have some issues with approving this with the restrictions. And I think I would feel better if you said 6, if you'd adjust the motion to say 6 FTE.
Oh,
of
6
slippas.
FTE, yeah. That's what I meant.
And I don't see the point of adding, I mean, you can just ask them to come back with a ratio. It doesn't have to be part of a motion to approve. I don't like the addition of putting a condition on, I mean, if they don't come back, does that
I'm
mean
sorry,
it's
I
not
didn't,
approved?
no, I'm sorry, I didn't see it as a condition. I had asked for appropriate ratio this time and I didn't feel like didn't get a response. If you would like it separate, I'm happy to do that. Trustee Muirhead. I would like to see this approved, 6 FTE, but I would like us to have some sort of ratio or parameters so that we don't have this job grow like we've seen other jobs grow, that where we just approve a job description and without any sort of a ratio.
Okay, so, I understand your concern with that. I just don't like it as part of a motion.
Okay.
So we can ask for direction separately, but is it agreed that the motion is just to approve this job description with, up to 6 FTE of slippas, and then I don't know what happens if they need more.
Then they have to come back.
Okay.
We don't just get a add anymore.
So are you okay with
Yeah.
with that? And was there a second? Oh, okay. Are you? Yep. You're fine.
And I believe Andy had a question.
yeah, it's very similar to the line of questioning that trustee Muirhead had. This is approving a job description. It has in there the description of approximate fiscal cost, but to me, the job description doesn't approve how many. It says this is the job, this is what you have to do. There's a separate process where you say, okay, well, we'll authorize 4 or 6 or 8 or 10, and you don't want to have to change the job description every time you change the number of people. I do believe that trustee Fairchild is absolutely on point of establishing, because the job description should have a ratio in it. So if you're going to do this job, you will be responsible for up to so many people, things, whatever. So that I think should be in there, and we can come back and modify it later. But I don't think that the number of people is germane to the job description, other than the fact of giving us some idea. I do know we need more fiscal control on jobs, but there should be a different mechanism than the job description itself, because you don't want to change it every time you change the number of people.
Any other questions from board members? Jody?
So based on what trustee Ratterman said, I think I agree with what he is saying. So Dr. Gonzalez, if we approve this job description, then how does it come back? Just remind me, it's late. How does this come back to us to approve the number of hires? How would that come to the board?
That is a new process. I believe Mr. Shield, it's also working and bringing to you the additional FTE or what was the term we developing a process to have a position control and actually provide that information to you. But it would be a new process. And something I do have to mention is that when we add ratios to a position that is a negotiated item, that we would have to bring to CSEA as part of the contract. So just one,
So that's not part of the job description either.
No.
normally we do not include that in a job description.
And the number of them would come back when we see this position control information.
So as of now, we're asking for 6 positions, 6 FTE. If we do need additional slippers, or in this case, other positions, we'll be bringing those to the board as part of this position control.
So we don't need it as part of the motion to approve this job description.
No, we
No.
established that.
Okay. So can we remove it from the motion then?
We already did remove it.
No, you removed the ratio part of it. Are you also removing the FTE part of it? That's what I'm asking.
You're asking to remove the FTE? No, I want to keep how many we're asking for in there.
As part of the job description.
As far as the motion, I'm approving the job description and approving 6 of the FTEs.
But that's not what this item is. This item is to approve the job description. They're
Can
gonna
I suggest a compromise?
Position control.
Can I suggest a compromise? Just do 2 motions. One motion to approve the job description, second motion to approve, at this point in time, 6 FTEs. Then the 2 aren't tied together.
But that's not on the agenda.
Jody, in the original presentation that we had, the slide deck did have a recommended FTE. in
It shows
slide
the FTE on there, so it's kind of on the agenda.
So it is on the agenda. It's part of the agenda item.
I believe you can just,
It's not just the agenda item is not just what's written on the line. It's what's in the attachment.
It's in the admin summary for 6. Okay, fair enough.
okay, so we have a motion, we have a second. So this is roll call. Trustee Fairchild,
Yes.
trustee Muirhead.
Yes.
I vote yes. Trustee Watanabe,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Ratterman,
Yes.
board president Lieberman.
Yes.
And that passes unanimously. And that takes us to planning Q1. First reading board policy exhibits updates recommended from policy committee meeting on May 12, 2026.
So just to go back to
Tim-
the last item, my apologies for interrupting.
Wow.
The motion was to approve the job description, and I'd suggested you make a separate motion to approve 7, 6, whatever it was,
It's too-
FTEs.
It's too late, trustee Ratterman. We
We did
voted.
both.
It's over. It's done.
It's a second.
Do you know what you voted on then?
If you want to make a motion, go ahead and we'll see if we support.
I'll
you.
make a motion to approve 6 FTEs.
What, wasn't that already in the motion that we approved?
Well, my understanding of the motion that got adjusted, we're going to do it as 2 motions. One of the motions would be to
That you
approve the job
suggested that, but
description. One of
I
them would
don't
be
think
to,
that was what actually changed.
okay, fine, then change my vote to a no.
Okay, I'm sure we can do that.
Mm.
Yeah, that's fine. All right, so now we're on to,
I make a motion to adjourn the meeting.
well, we have a planning item.
We're almost done.
Planning item. Does anyone have anything to speak to about planning item Q1? No? No? Okay, so no items from the board after midnight. So do we have a motion to close this meeting?
Absolutely. So
Second.
moved.
Second, Ryan.
And this is a roll call. Trustee Fairchild.
Yes.
Trustee Muirhead. I say yes. Trustee Watanabe.
Yes.
Trustee Ryan.
Yes.
Trustee Ratterman.
Yes.
Board President Lieberman.
Yes. And also to my Vice President Canova, you did a fantastic job steering the ship.
Well, I'm glad I brought my reading glasses.
That's.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.